To the Jews, Palestine is their traditional and spiritual home, the promised land. But the majority of the inhabitants of Palestine are Arabs. They too regard Palestine as their rightful home. But with the end of the war, into Palestine ports came ship after ship crammed with illegal immigrants, refugees from recent persecution in Germany, Austria, Poland, Belsen, and Dachau. The Arabs, fearful of becoming a minority, persuaded the British to limit Jewish immigration. Jewish extremists attacked British troops, wrecked government buildings, blew up trains and ships. And so Palestine remains a place of martial law, where all go their ways only under watch, where the innocent must suffer with the guilty.
Palestine. One land, two peoples. 50 years ago, the British rulers washed their hands of Palestine. The Jews saw their chance to declare their own state. The Arabs were determined to stop them. In the months before the British left, Arabs and Jews turned on each other. Palestine slid into civil war. Desperate for allies, the Jews appealed to the world's greatest power to help them realize their dream of a state of their own.
America התחרתה על מה שעשו. לא הנשיא, אבל סטייט דפרטמנט לא יכול להמציא להתערב. הם יצאו בהודעה ככה שהוחלט כבר. לא מנדט, לא מדינה.
Ben-Gurion sent his close colleague Moshe Sharett to beg the Americans to recognize the proposed Jewish state.
An unhesitating decision.
Sharett had to persuade Secretary of State George Marshall, the man President Truman called the greatest living American. Marshall was totally opposed to the creation of a Jewish state, convinced it would lead to years of war in the Middle East. 6 days before the British were to leave Palestine, Sharett and his team met Marshall. Without support from Washington, a Jewish state could not survive.
Sharett explained that we have no other way than to proceed. This is a historic juncture. If we miss that, we may create a tragedy for future generations. Marshall said to Sharett, well, it's your decision. Don't count that we can bail you out.
But the president backed the Jews' demand for a state of their own in Palestine.
I was told by all these so-called experts that if it was done, it would involve the whole Near East in a war, and it would also involve the United States. Hitler had been murdering Jews right and left. I saw it, and I dream about it even to this day. The Jews needed some place where they could go. It was my attitude that the American government couldn't stand idly by while the victims of Hitler's madness were not allowed to build new lives.
Marshall could not hide his scorn for such thinking.
We are in the midst of a very critical situation. We should, therefore, carefully avoid approaching international problems on an emotional basis.
2 days before the British were to leave Palestine, Truman summoned Marshall to the White House. To avoid an open clash with him, the president instructed his counsel to present the case for recognizing a Jewish state.
General Marshall started off. The president listened attentively and then said, I would like now to hear from Clark. But as I spoke, I saw Marshall's face getting redder and redder. When I finished, he exploded.
Marshall accused him of a transparent dodge to win the Jewish vote, as Clifford later reported.
Clark Clifford did not disguise the fact that Marshall was raging mad. They don't need a state, they don't deserve a state, it isn't theirs. They've stolen that land. These were Marshall's words.
And he said, Mr. President, I do not know what's going on here. He said, the fact is, I don't know even why Clifford is attending this meeting. The President said quietly, General, he's here because I invited him. The general sat there. You could kind of feel the stirring within him. He turned to the President, said, I'm obliged, Mr. President, to tell you that if you should adopt the policy that is recommended by Clifford, I would be unable to vote for you in this coming election in November. Well, dead silence in the room. No one had ever heard anything like that. I had never heard anybody threaten the President of the United States in that manner.
Before Marshall could go any further, Truman ended the meeting.
I gathered my papers together, and the President said, well, that was tough as a cob.
I was up to here in experts from the Army, the Navy, and the State Department.
The President would not move without Marshall, and in Palestine, Marshall's prediction of war seemed about to come true. 5 Arab states mobilized on the borders, threatening to overrun Palestine as soon as the British colonial forces left. The Jewish leader saw his moment to create a state slipping away. He decided the Jews of Palestine would have to go it alone.
ביום סיום המנדט הבריטי על ארץ ישראל, תוקף זכותנו הטבעית וההיסטורית, אנו מכריזים בזאת על הקמת מדינה יהודית בארץ ישראל, היא מדינת ישראל.
The Jews had more than they realized to celebrate. Ben-Gurion's declaration presented Marshall with a fait accompli. He gave in, and President Truman became the first world leader to recognize Israel. Ben-Gurion shared his triumph with Moshe Sharett and made him foreign minister. But in time, they would clash, opening a breach in Israeli politics that has never healed. For Ben-Gurion, Israel's survival would depend less on diplomacy than on the sword.
המדינה תקום רק בכוח הכוח היהודי שהולך ומתארגן. בגדולתו, מצבה, תחומיה, גם כן יקבעו על ידי זה.
אנחנו פה לא שמעתי את הכרזת המדינה, את המאורע הגדול הזה. גמרו איזה קרב, ואז יצחק רבין פתח את הרדיו, ושם כל החיילים שוכבים, עייפים מהמלחמה, ושומעים שם בן-גוריון מדבר, מכריז על העצמאות, קורא את מגילת העצמאות. אז חייל אחד אומר, חבר'ה, תסגרו את הרדיו, זה נשמע את זה אחר כך, אין לנו כוח. סגרו את הרדיו, שכבו לישון.
The weary soldiers were defending the road to Jerusalem, under siege by the Palestinian Arabs. From the moment the British began to leave, keeping the Jews of Jerusalem from starvation became the first priority of the Jewish army, the Haganah.
We started with military operations to make sure that the road between Tel Aviv and Jerusalem will not be endangered by the big villages or towns that were along the road were from came all the attackers on the convoys.
כשבאה השיירה, אז כל העיר ידעה, הגיעה השיירה, ויוצאים לדרך ורואים משאית מורידה, שקים של קמח, שקים של זה, גפרורים. למי יש גפרורים? איפה יש גפרורים? סיגריות, סיגריות. איפה יש סיגריות? וחיילים בלי סיגריות? לחם, אוכל, כל זה היה תלוי אם תבוא שיירה מתל אביב.
The Haganah stepped up its operations to prevent Palestinian villagers from sheltering fighters.
Well, it was not pleasant. The system was to attack the village, to give warning to the civilians, to destroy the village. And by the elimination of the villages along and adjacent to the road, we were sure that there would be no attacks.
مضبوط وضيعوها البلد راح وعاد شو بدنا صار عليك يا دير ياسين شو بدنا نعمل صار عليك يا دير ياسين وعلى شبابك على ايامك الحلوه.
The events at Deir Yassin, 1 month before independence, would scar relations between Jews and Arabs for years to come. In the 5 months since the civil war began, Deir Yassin had kept out of the fighting. It was not on the Haganah's list of hostile villages. But the Haganah had some dangerous allies. One, a small terrorist group, the Stern Gang, joined up with another, the Irgun, best known for blowing up the British military headquarters in the King David Hotel. Deir Yassin was where they planned to prove themselves against the Palestinians.
במקרה בירושלים נפגשתי עם חבר לשעבר שהיה פעם בפלמ"ח, ואומר לי פתאום שהוא איש לח"י, ושלח"י ואצ"ל קיבלו אישור מדוד שאלתיאל לתקוף את הכפר דיר יאסין בעוד כמה ימים. הוא מאוד התגאה.
והוא הוטל על כוחות האצ"ל והלח"י, הוא הוטל על ידי מפקדת המחוז שהייתה אז האצ"ל, הלח"י וההגנה, הוטל על כוחות האצ"ל והלח"י לכבוש את דיר יאסין.
רצתי אל דוד שאלתיאל ואמרתי לו, למה אתה מאשר להם? הוא אומר, באמת הצעתי להם 2 אלטרנטיבות והם לא רצו. אז אמרתי, אז למה השארת להם? אז הוא אמר, מה אני אעשה? אני אראה להם בגב? אז אמרתי, אתה יודע מה, אם ככה אני אכנס יחד איתם בכפר, בלי להגיד להם.
The Jews counted on a show of force and a warning from their loudspeakers to clear the village before sunrise.
كان يطلعوا في مكبرات الصوت ألقوا السلاح ونفدوا برواحته فسمعنا حس ضربة الرشاش. عاد إحنا عندنا تعليمات الرشاش ما ينضربش إلا في حالة خطر يعني. والله أنا قاعد هيك مدمبز، رفعت البرداية الطاقة قدامي، أنا طلعت إلى البلد شعلة نار ولا هي أضواء كاشفة على كل القرية.
The village was not the soft target the Jews had expected.
כי עובדה שמהחלונות ומהבתים האלה נורתה אש על חיילינו, ומכוח של 132 איש היו לנו 42 פצועים ו6 הרוגים.
The commander, a former petty officer in the Royal Navy, ordered a house-to-house attack.
פקדתי שלא נכנסים לאף בית מבלי להפעיל את המטען או לזרוק רימון או 2 רימונים לתוכו.
ضربوا قنبله محرقه كلها حركه دار صغيره بلك بلا 28 واحد.
ולא היה ניתן לתקוף את בסיסי האויב מבלי שבני משפחותיהם ייפגעו, עד כמה שהדבר מצער, עד כמה שהדבר כואב, ואני אומר את זה באמת מתוך צער שהיה עלינו לעשות את זה, אבל לא הייתה ברירה אחרת.
واخذوا بيطلع حوالي 14 شاب اسرى، ولما خلصت عند جبعات شاول وقفوهم في ان كساره يا بيعرف ابن عمي هناك، وقفوهم هناك رشوهم رشه واحده ورموهم في المحاجر. هذه حادثه.
אני ראיתי במו עיניי את ה-20-25 גברים מוכנסים לקוורי, מעמידים אותם שם על הקיר של המחצבה, וירו בהם, פשוט, בלי חוכמות. והם הומתו בירייה. עוד זה נמשך, התחילו להיכנס אל הכפר אנשים יהודיים משכונת גבעת שאול. רובם דתיים, דרך אגב. והתחילו לצעוק עליהם. רוצחים, מה אתם עושים? מנובלים. איך אתם עושים דבר כזה? קצת בעברית, קצת ביידיש, כל הזמן. וזה מה שהפסיק את הטבח.
Every Arab was driven from Deir Yassin. Survivors headed for Jerusalem. Here, their leaders would make a terrible mistake.
إحنا لما وصلنا القدس أخذونا على فندق في باب الخليل. شايفة كيف؟ هناك اتجمعنا مع بعضنا صرنا نتفكر في بعضنا أنو اللي راح أنو اللي كذا. اجت اللجنة القومية بما فيهم الدكتور حسين فخر الخالدي.
فقلت له إيه رأيك كيف نغطي هالموضوع؟ فقال لي يا حازم أنا رأيي إنه نعطيه أكبر دعاية ممكنة. وأعطاني بيان اللي بتحدث فيه عن مذبحة دير ياسين وعن الاعتداء على السيدات والاعتداء على الأطفال وكل هالأشياء.
Arab radio stations put out wildly exaggerated reports of what happened at Deir Yassin, ignoring the protests of the witnesses.
ذبح أو طبيعة حبالة هذه ما حصلت. قال لا بدنا تقولوا هذا مشان نخلي 7 جيوش عربية تقوم تحرر فلسطين من اليهود.
وهذا بعتبره أكبر خطأ فادح ارتكبناه سنة 48. ما كنا ظاهر نفهم عقلية شعبنا، عقلية الشعب الفلسطيني. فما أن سمع الشعب الفلسطيني باللي حصل بدير ياسين واعتداء على الأعراض وعلى هالشيء هذا إلا ما شفنا إلا بدأ يرحل من كل هالقرى اللي كان موجود فيها.
The clearing of Palestinian villages continued. In the next few months, over half the Arab population, 750,000 people, fled their homes in Palestine. Israel has never allowed them back.
عمي أخو أبويا بين هالكيتين ما بنعرف مش قادرين ندخل من الشيك اللي ناقص.
شايف هذا البيت قبر لصاحب الدار هذا.
هذا لك
هذا في منجرة.
The day after Ben-Gurion declared the State of Israel, the armies of Egypt, Jordan, Iraq, Lebanon and Syria attacked. But the largest Arab army, Egypt's, had been tested only on the parade ground. At its head was the playboy King Farouk.
The king hadn't had any experience of war. Nobody, in fact, had any experience of war, including the commander-in-chief of the Egyptian army, you see.
إن دايما في الناحية العسكرية في حاجة اسمها الاستكشاف، الإعداد، وحتى ذهنيا إحنا مش جاهزين. فحصل ارتباك بالنسبة للناس المنفذين يعني اللي هم العسكريين اللي هيقوموا بالعملية.
I took the whole matter to Farouk, who showed himself well aware of the criticisms and the objections to going to war. But on the other hand, he felt that Egypt had committed herself at the UN, that the other Arabs likewise had committed themselves, that the idea of war existed, and that we couldn't very easily back out of it.
Still, the Arab states, with a population of 40 million, looked certain to overwhelm Israel's 500,000 Jews. It seemed Ben-Gurion's new state would last only a few days.
We thought it was going to be a pushover,
that the Jews were going to run away the moment they saw Arab regular army uniform moving onto them with bayonets and whatever.
Egypt's army, attacking from the south, headed towards the main Jewish centre, Tel Aviv. Jordan's Arab Legion took the West Bank and the old city of Jerusalem. The Syrians moved towards Nazareth, while the Lebanese attacked from the north. The Israelis were fighting for their survival, and after 3 weeks of fierce resistance, they brought the Arabs to a standstill. Exhausted, all parties agreed to a ceasefire. While Israelis mourned their dead, their government combed the world for arms.
I had a big victory over Ben Gurion. You remember?
48.
Yes.
If I remember well, you were sent to America for money.
Exactly, yes. But you wanted to go. You said that you and Kaplan should immediately go to America to raise money. So then I said, I do. So then I said, Ben Gurion, what you are doing here, I can't do. What you want to do in America, maybe I can do. I suggested I should go.
Remember you, but
and you said, no, no, no. So we took it for a vote, and I won.
That year, they raised $148 million, worth almost $1 billion today. Buying weapons was no longer a problem.
When the weapons came in, the whole balance of power changed. And the Israelis would then pass on to the offensive. And so the Egyptian army was surrounded, and then the Jordanian army just kept neutral, didn't interfere in any way. Finally, our prime minister here in Egypt, Nokrashi Pasha, was murdered by the Muslim Brothers. And his successor said, there's no future in this war, let's make peace.
The last Egyptian soldiers withdrew. Israel celebrated the triumph of Ben Gurion and its armed forces, but the defeated Arabs refused to recognize Israel's right to exist. The army's loyalty to Ben Gurion, forged in war, would last throughout his career. In Egypt, the most powerful Arab country, a new era was about to begin. A group of young officers, outraged by the incompetence of the king and the new prime minister, plotted a coup.
I went to the prime minister and delivered the ultimatum to him. He was shocked, believe me, because up till this moment he didn't know that we were going to dethrone the king at all. He was shocked and received me like this. I told him yes. He said, are you powerful enough? I told him yes. Go and deliver it to the king. He must leave by 6 o'clock this evening.
From Cairo come these first authentic pictures of the bloodless coup by which the army took over control of Egypt. It was the end of the king's attempt to maintain power.
في المركب وهو ماشي مروح قال لهم انتوا اتغديتوا بيا قبل ما اتعشى بيكم. يعني انتوا سبقتوني.
Meantime, from Alexandria, the royal yacht Marusa sails with the ex-king and the infant king for Capri. To the ordinary Egyptian, the change is welcome. What the change will mean to the rest of the world, we have yet to see.
Egypt's new leader, Gamal Abdel Nasser, pledged radical reform.
There were 6 principles: to put an end to colonialism, to put an end to feudalism, put an end...
He made no mention of action against Israel. This opened a door for Ben Gurion.
زين يوغوسلافيا كراتي بتونيم شناس نسيل يوغوسلافيا ما تبغى بي جيتو ويش خشلهم يلا خبر بو שהיה לו חבר ידיד גדול של טיטו ביוגוסלביה. קראתי לו, אמרתי לו, עליך לגשת ליוגוסלביה. תראה את הידיד שלך. תאמר לו, שאמר לטיטו, שנאסר יבוא, יגיד לו, מדוע אני עושה שלום.
טיטו העביר את המכתב, אבל התשובה שהתקבלה הייתה שלילית. נאסר, אמר לי בן גוריון, חשש שהדבר ישים קץ לחייו ולשלטונו, והמאמץ הזה לא עלה יפה, לצערי הרב.
The reason Nasser feared talking to Israel was that it would be seen in the Arab world as a betrayal of the Palestinians. These refugees, who had fled their homes in what was now Israel, were kept in huge refugee camps just across the borders. Israelis in frontier settlements began to live in fear as they became targets of infiltrators from the camps. Ben-Gurion blamed Nasser for fostering these raids. He ordered his forces to retaliate by striking into the Arab countries harboring the infiltrators.
בן-גוריון חשב שהטרור לא יכול להתקיים אלא אם יש שיתוף פעולה של האוכלוסייה. צריכה להיות סיבה טובה לאוכלוסייה, לא לסייע בידי הטרוריסטים, ואכן כך גם היה.
The Prime Minister believed the settlements were the key to Israel's survival. Nearing 70, he decided to make his home in one.
וקרא לנו ואמר לנו, תראו, אני החלטתי שאני מתפטר מהממשלה ואני הולך לשדה בוקר. מה, למה, לכמה דבר? אני לא יודע, אני יוצא לשנה, שנתיים או יותר, אני לא יודע, אבל אני עכשיו רוצה לצאת, לעשות הפסקה.
To Ben-Gurion's dismay, the man chosen to take his place was Foreign Minister Moshe Sharett. Sharett, who had spent his childhood in an Arab village, set out to change Israel's approach to its Arab neighbors.
האמין האמונה עמוקה שזאת היא הדרך הטובה ביותר לביטחון ישראל. לא רק כקונספציה של שלום, שאנחנו מוכרחים להבין אותם יותר.
Sharett sent Zia Mardivon to Paris, where the UN General Assembly was temporarily located.
כשאמרתי לחבר שלי שאני נוסע לפריז לפגוש ערבים, אמר לי, יא זיאמה, אני יודע שאתה אוהב את סרוונטס, אבל חבל לי עליך שאתה תשחק דון קיחוט. אומר, מה תעשה? תלך לפלאס דה לה קונקורד ותתחיל לצעוק, אני רוצה לראות ערבים?
كنت جالس في شرفة الصحافة فجاء شاب جلس إلى جانبي.
התחלנו ככה שיחה, אמרתי לו, אדוני הנכבד, אני יהודי. הסתכלתי בפנים, לא ראיתי מבוכה.
من تمثل أنت؟ وأخيراً بعد نوع من الإلحاح مني قال أمثل شرت.
אמרתי, אני ישראלי שחולם על הסכם ועל שלום עם מצרים.
For Egyptians, talking to Israelis was taboo. So Abdelrahman Sadek was nervous when he was summoned by President Nasser.
فدخلت فوجدت البكباشي جمال عبد الناصر في منتصف الحجرة واقف. قال عايز أبلغك إنك أنت مفوض مني باستطراد الكلام مع محدثك في باريس.
The diplomat's reports were to be for Nasser's ears only.
للبحث عن إمكانية التوصل إلى تسوية بدون إراقة دماء.
Nasser's envoy returned to Paris with good news. As a first step, Nasser would tone down the inflammatory propaganda Cairo radio had begun hurling at Israel. He also agreed to restrain the Palestinian guerrillas' cross-border raids. The Israeli Prime Minister had opened a direct line to the most powerful Arab leader. But behind Prime Minister Sharet's back, some of his colleagues were pursuing a different agenda. Mistrustful of his successor, Ben-Gurion had left two protégés in key positions, Minister of Defense Pinchas Lavon and Chief of Staff Moshe Dayan.
נקראתי לבוא ולראות את משה דיין אחרי רצח אכזרי של אם ושני ילדיה, בעצם תינוקות שנרצחו ביישוב סמוך.
The murderers had left tracks which led towards a village across the border in Jordan.
ההוראה הייתה להגיע לכפר שהיה אז בשטח הנשלט על ידי ירדן מאז מלחמת העצמאות, בעצם תחת כיבוש ירדני מאז מלחמת העצמאות, לפוצץ מספר בתים ככל שניתן ולגרום אבידות כבדות ככל שניתן.
The tiny village of Kibya on the Israel-Jordan border is in ruins as day survivors relate how troops struck across the frontier at night. They accuse Israeli forces of leveling buildings with grenades, shellfire, and explosives, trapping entire families in the rubble. The attack prompts the United States, England, and France to deliver their sharpest rebuke to Israel since its founding and to demand stern action to punish the guilty troops.
Defense Minister Lavon was arriving for a meeting with Prime Minister Sharet when the first report of the raid came in.
And so I sent Sharet a note and asked him, did you approve it? He stopped the meeting. He took Mr. Lavon out of the room and discussed the matter in the corridor and came back ashen-faced because Lavon had said that he had acted upon the instructions or the authority of Ben-Gurion.
For Lavon and the military, Ben-Gurion remained Israel's real leader. In retirement, he continued to pull the strings.
אחרי הפעולה הוזמנתי לראות את בן-גוריון. זו הייתה הפעם הראשונה שפגשתי בו.
Aaron, but I think about him. He's a nice boy. Yeah, good soldier.
ואז הוא אמר לי משפט אחד. הוא אמר, לא חשוב מה יגידו בעולם. לא חשוב מה יגידו על ישראל בכל מקום אחר. מה שחשוב דבר אחד, זה שאנחנו נוכל כאן להתקיים. ואם לא יהיה ברור שיש מחיר לחיי יהודים, לא נוכל פה להתקיים. וזה מה שקובע.
Furious, Prime Minister Sharet wrote in his diary, "There has never been a retaliation of this size before. I paced up and down my office, feeling utterly depressed and helpless." To save the secret negotiations in Paris, Sharet revealed the full facts to President Nasser.
وهو قال إن ده من تدبير المتشددين وأنهم المعتدلون لم يملكوا منع هذا.
The hardliners were not finished yet. In July 1954, the British announced they were quitting their huge military base on the Suez Canal.
כולנו חשנו באיזושהי חשיפה, מגע ישיר, אחרי הכל, גם אם זה לא היה חלק מהטרמס אוף רפרנס של הצבא הבריטי, אבל עובדת ישיבתו הייתה חיץ מאוד מאוד חשוב, ואיזשהו בלם לגבי אפשרות שהמצרים ינקטו באיזושהי פעולה נגדנו.
Defense Minister Lavon put forward an extraordinary scheme to destabilize Egypt and so scare the British into keeping troops there. He summoned the Director of Military Intelligence to his home in Tel Aviv.
לבון לא הפסיק לדבר על הצורך בפעולות פעולות תגמול ופעולות הטרדה וכל מיני אמצעים אחרים של אפייתה. התבשלה התוכנית לנסות לפגוע באובייקטים במצרים. לבון אמר לי, go ahead, תכניס את היחידה לפעולה.
In Egypt, Israeli military intelligence had recruited an active service unit from young people in the local Jewish community.
ואני הייתי מוכנה לעשות כל מה שנדרש ממני כדי לעזור לישראל. הייתי אידיאליסטית, הייתי נאיבית.
As cover, members of the unit were told to give up their Zionist activities and go to parties instead. But during the day, they were trained to make bombs.
הכנת הפצצה הייתה אמורה להיות בצורה מאוד פשוטה. החומר הבסיסי של כל הדבר הזה זה קונדומים ואסיד, חומצה. והיינו בודקים כמה זמן זה לוקח לשים חומצה בריכוז מסוים בתוך הקונדום, ואם זה היה עושה את החור עובר לחומר הדליק.
כשאימנת מהעניין הזה של הקונדום עם החומצה גופרתנית, אז היו המון דוגמאות, הרבה, וכששפכנו לבית שימוש, הכל מים, לא היו מים. ואחרי שהם הסתלקו, אז לא הייתה לי ברירה, קראתי לבעל הבית, הוא שלח בחורה עם דלי מים כדי לשפוך, והיא חזרה, כנראה, אליו, וסיפרה לו משהו, אז הוא בא אליי ואומר לי, אתה גבר, לפי כמות הקונדונים שהם מצאו שם.
A code word broadcast in a recipe on Israeli radio's Housewife's Choice was the signal for the young saboteurs to place the bombs.
בקהיר נכנסנו, אני בקולנוע אחד והוא בקולנוע אחר, שמתי תה מתחת בשורה ריקה לגמרי. יצאתי ולא חזרתי, לא ראיתי סרט ושום דבר.
But when his colleague went to place another bomb, things went wrong.
في حراسة على السينمات وكده، ففي سينما في اسكندرية اللي مسؤول عن الحراسة لقى واحد خارج من السينما وعمال يحترق، والاحتراق جاي هنا في البنطلون. لأن هو جاب العبوة وحطها في البنطلون. العبوة احترقت، فطبعا حرقت له الحتة دي كلها. فالعسكري طبعا أول مراقبة بتاعتنا مسكت البتاع ده وابتدت الخيط التحقيقات.
ולא יכולתי כבר לחזור, ועליתי בחדר המדרגות של הבית, הם תפסו אותי בצורה מאוד אלימה.
ניסיתי לדעת למה הם עוצרים אותי, למה הם רוצים, הם תופסים אותי, למה הם רוצים להעלות אותי על הטנדר כדי להביא אותי לתחנת הרכבת. הם אמרו לי, תשתקי, אם את לא שותקת, אנחנו נתלה אותך.
التحقيق مشي كويس يعني في باسلوب مهذب وكل حاجه، يعني اوعى حد يفتكر ان احنا عذبنا حد ولا حاجه.
The arrest of the 10 saboteurs was splashed across the Egyptian newspapers.
So I went to Sharet and said, look, this is the communique from Cairo. What do you know about it? He said, no. This is not authentic, it can't be, because how can such a thing happen? The Prime Minister, doesn't know about it.
However this disaster had come about, Sharet's first priority was to save the lives of the young Jews.
ואז בא משה שרת ואמר לי, זיאמה הייתה ישיבת ממשלה, אנחנו מאוד מודאגים ממה שקורה במשפטים, ורוצים לעשות הכל על מנת למנוע גזרי דין מוות.
In a bid for mercy, Sharet sent his man to Paris to reveal the truth to Nasser's envoy.
قال إنه تم تدبير هذه المؤامرة في وزارة الدفاع، وأنهم لا يعرفون عنها أي شيء، فالمتطرفون المتشددون هم المسؤولون عنها بالكامل.
Nasser's response was not what Charette had hoped for.
فعبد الناصر قال يبدو أنه الأقوى، ويبدو أنه يضع العقبات أمام الفريق الآخر ليرسل إلينا نحن رسالة أنهم أي المعتدلين غير قادرين على حكم إسرائيل.
Nasser closed down the secret channel. 2 of the saboteurs were executed. The others went to prison, Marcel Nino and Robert Dasser, for 15 years. In his office that night, Charette confided to his diary that he was living through a nightmare. If I do not remove Levon, I am supporting something rotten that will destroy the Defense Ministry and Army Command. If I do act, it will destroy the party and cause a scandal. What should I do? What the government did was to deny all knowledge of the sabotage and claim that innocent Egyptian Jews had been framed. The Israeli public swallowed it.
They thought the whole thing was a staged trial, political trial. They didn't know the background. So, of course, the public said, all right, now they start hanging Jews in Cairo, and this is intolerable, we have to act.
Only one man could satisfy the public's demand for action. Within months, Ben-Gurion was back as Prime Minister. Although Charette remained Foreign Minister, Ben-Gurion was now openly in charge. In Egypt, Nasser drew his own conclusions. He turned to the Soviet Union, which rapidly shipped Egypt's forces the latest tanks, bombers, and MiG jet fighters. Foreign Minister Charette went to persuade the Americans that Israel was in danger and needed arms.
Our plate was really full of very important assignments, in the midst of which we suddenly hear that in response to a Syrian attack on our boats on Lake Kinneret, Israel had retaliated with its full power, and something like 70 Syrian soldiers, but also many civilians, had been killed. And therefore, any chance that Israel might have had of acquiring aircraft, even indirectly, was shattered.
Foreign Minister Charette phoned Ben-Gurion's office.
הוא כעס מאוד, שרת, והנה הוא מודיע שהוא בא בשדה התעופה, והוא ירד יחד עם אשתו, ציפורה. כן, שלום, שלום, הוא היה רציני, כועס, והיא אמרה, אתם שמה, אתם לא רואים מה שראש הממשלה עושה, הוא כבר לא מבין מה שהוא עושה, ואתם יסמנים שלו, כל מה שהוא עושה, אומר, אתם אומרים אמן, ואתם לא רואים איזה נזק זה נגרם וכדומה.
Ben-Gurion came to the next meeting of their party executive, unaware that Charette was about to confront him.
ואז הגיע תורו של שרת לדבר, ואז הוא תיאר את המצב שהוא נמצא בוושינגטון, הוא עומד לדבר שם עם השלטון האמריקאי לבקש נשק, ופתאום יש פעולה צבאית כזאת שהיא הופכת את הקערה על פיה. ובין היתר הוא אמר ביטוי כזה, כמו גם השטן לא היה יכול לבחור זמן גרוע יותר לפעולה כזאת.
The word of Charette hit Ben-Gurion like a bullet. He jerked, and then he straightened out, and you felt physically, I felt physically that he had been hit.
מה זה, אתה איזה מין אוש לחס, ואני הסתכלתי על בן גוריון, והוא ממש היה חיוור, חברו פניו, כשהוא שמע את הביטוי הזה. היה לו איזה נייר ביד, והוא כימת אותו, וזרק אותו הצידה.
He couldn't explain the real reason. He couldn't say, well, I'm preparing war, and this man is interfering with it.
No such reservations inhibited Ben-Gurion's chief of staff, Moshe Dayan.
אלו משה, מה אתה בעצם רוצה? אני מאוד רוצה שתצא התקפת נגד של נאסר, זאת אומרת של הצבא המצרי, וזה יהיה לי פרטקסט, תהיה לי המטלה.
Ben-Gurion wanted to provoke war before Egypt mastered its new Soviet weapons, but one obstacle remained.
הביא לבן גוריון להחלטה שהוא צריך לפטר את שרת, או שהוא ילך. אחד מהם ילך.
Gideon Raphael called to see Sharet.
He said, I just had the visit of the Lord Executioner, and he chopped off my head. That was the end.
With Sharet gone, Ben-Gurion waited for his opportunity to deal with Egypt. A few weeks later, President Nasser nationalized the Suez Canal. Unexpectedly, Ben-Gurion found himself with two new allies, Britain and France, who had jointly owned the canal. He sent an emissary to a secret meeting in Paris.
בורג'ס אמר לי שהם מתכננים מבצע משותף, אנגלי, צרפתי, כדי לשמור על זכויותיהם בתעלת סואץ, שנאסר החליט להלימה. והוא שאל אותי מה היה אילו צה"ל היה משתתף, כמה זמן היה לוקח לצה"ל להגיע לתעלה.
Ben-Gurion waited anxiously for the return of his emissary.
הוא פנה אליי, אומר, נו, מה עם הצרפתים שלך? אז אני התחלתי לספר לו מה עם הצרפתים. איפה הם עומדים, מה התוכניות, איפה מתכננים. אמר בן-גוריון, רגע אחד, זה משנה את כל המצב מיסודו. אנחנו היום לא נדון בפעולת התגמול.
Israel invaded Egypt, secretly supported by Britain and France. Within a week, Israeli troops had captured the Sinai Desert and come within 10 miles of the Suez Canal. The Suez War ended with humiliation for Britain and France, but for Israel, it was a triumph. Ben-Gurion had shown the world that Israel was here to stay.
The 50 Years' War, Noel Percy's acclaimed 1998 documentary, continues next on BBC 4.
Trouble and death in the Middle East. The fighting erupted quickly when Syrians allegedly fired on Israeli farmers operating tractors. Israel used tanks, mortars, and aircraft to counterattack. Israeli Premier Levi Eshkol said, friendly foreign powers will understand the situation.
In May 1967, the leaders of the Soviet Union took a step that would change the map of the Middle East. The losers would be their own allies. It all began with a false report from Soviet intelligence. Anwar Sadat, Speaker of the Egyptian Parliament, was in Moscow for talks with Soviet Prime Minister Kosygin. This was a routine contact between a client state and its superpower ally. Sadat was seen to his plane by the Deputy Foreign Minister.
При проводах Садата Семенов отозвал Садата в сторону и сообщил ему о факте концентрации израильских войск на сирийской границе. Естественно, имея в виду, что Садат немедленно передаст эту информацию Насеру.
Egypt's president, Gamal Abdel Nasser, was the hero of the Arab world. If Israel was massing troops on Syria's border, Nasser would be expected to act. He sent for his chief of staff and instructed him to find out what the Israelis were up to.
رحت الجبهة السورية بين سوريا وإسرائيل فما وجدتش شيء غير عادي وطلبت منه آخر صور جوية عن الحدود فجاب لي صورة يوم 12/5 وصورة يوم 13/5 بحثت في الصورتين فلم أجد شيء.
البعثة العسكرية لم تجد ما يؤيد التقرير السوفيتي. إنما أيضا جه ما يؤكد من جانب السفير السوفيتي مرة أخرى إنه التقرير ده صحيح وإن المخابرات السوفيتية ما زالت مصممة على إنه هناك حشود وإن الموقف خطير.
Soviet diplomats spread the alarm throughout the region, even in Israel, as the Prime Minister and his wife soon found out.
זה היה ב-2:10, 2:30, משהו לפנות בוקר, נכנס עדי כולו ישן, מה קרה? ולמטה בלובי נמצא השגריר הרוסי, והוא לבוש, כולו לבוש וכולו מצורת, והוא חייב לראות אותך מיד. כששאל אותי אשכול, נו מה עושים? אז אמרתי לו, מה שעושים, מקבלים אותו בפיג'מה.
Чувахин посетила школу ночью, передал ему телеграмму Косыгина, и Школ тут же сразу сказал, что он готов встретиться с советским руководством для обсуждения ситуации в регионе.
Чубахин כל הזמן הוא כולו מלא כעס ומלא זעם, אתם מגייסים ואתם למעלה. אשכול אומר, אתה רוצה שאני אלך כמו שאני עכשיו? אני מוכן הרגע לקום ולנסוע איתך לגולן ותראה שלמעלה, לא לגולן, כי אם למעלה לגליל, ושתראה שאנחנו לא גייסנו שום דבר, והשגריר הרוסי סניית.
At that time, Soviet leaders believed they had America on the run in Vietnam. Some in the Kremlin sought to weaken America's influence in the world's second big trouble spot, even at the risk of another war.
Мы думали, что в политическом плане, даже если война закончится в ничью, война будет определенным выигрышем, геополитическим выигрышем для нашей страны. Поскольку египтяне показали бы свою способность воевать нашим оружием, при нашей военной и политической поддержке, то есть можно было надеяться и рассчитывать, что соотношение политических сил на Ближнем Востоке после этого дела, после войны, заметно изменится.
In Cairo, Nasser had mobilized his armed forces the moment he received the Soviet report. If Moscow's plan was to provoke a war, it seemed to be working.
المعلومات اللي الروس ادوها لنا بتخلي الموقف يتصاعد طبعا. اصبحنا احنا ملزمين بان احنا نحرك قوات لسيناء تكون مستعدة للهجوم على الجزء الجنوبي من إسرائيل إذا إسرائيل حاولت تتعرض لسوريا.
عبد الناصر كان مش عاوز يحارب إسرائيل. عبد الناصر عاوز يكتسب مظاهر دعائية إيجابية عن طريق استخدام القوات المسلحة كقوة.
الضغط كان موجود من الإذاعات زي ما قلنا قبل كده، الإذاعات الأردن وإذاعات السعودية، إن عبد الناصر بيختبئ وراء الأمم المتحدة.
Since the Suez War of 1956, United Nations troops had provided a buffer on the border between Egypt and Israel. Now, Nasser ordered them out. The eyes of the world focused on a small harbour at the edge of the Sinai Desert, Sharm el-Sheikh.
اتصلوا بيا وقالوا لي قوات شرم الشيخ. فقلت لهم سحب قوات شرم الشيخ معناه هنحط قوات تحمي العلم المصري. مفروض ان احنا نقفل القنال. قفل القنال معناه الحرب.
A blockade at the Straits of Tiran would amount to a declaration of war, because the Straits, at the foot of the Gulf of Aqaba, controlled Israel's only trade route to the eastern half of the world.
أهلا وسهلا، إحنا مستعدين للحرب. قواتنا المسلحة خليج العقبة يمثل المياه الإقليمية بتاعتنا المصرية، ولا يمكن بأي حال من الأحوال إن إحنا نسمح للعلم الإسرائيلي أن يمر في خليج العقبة. بيهددوا بالحرب اليهود. بنقول لهم أهلا وسهلا، إحنا مستعدين للحرب. لا يمكن بأي حال من الأحوال أن نتنازل عن حق من حقوقنا. هذه المياه هي مياه إقليمية.
In Israel, the people prepared to defend themselves. Their Prime Minister, Levi Eshkol, summoned his cabinet and military commanders.
נאמר לו על ידי האלופים ועל ידי המטה הכללי שאין ברירה אלא לא רק לגייס, אלא שיש לנו זמן מאוד קצר לצאת למלחמה, 72 שעות, אולי יותר מזה, אבל אין לנו הרבה זמן, מפני שתחום הזמן הזה מאפשר לצבא המצרי להכניס יותר ויותר דיוויזיות.
The generals saw Israel becoming increasingly vulnerable.
The Chief of Staff, General Rabin, was very worried. He smoked a great number of cigarettes, and he ate nearly all the nuts and raisins in the little basket there.
The foreign minister cautioned them against rushing into war.
I said there should still be some attempt to avoid it by exercising warnings and pressures upon the Egyptians. And then Mr. Eshkol sent me a note saying, "What are you doing here?"
Prime Minister Eshkol dispatched his foreign minister to seek the help of Israel's key allies. As soon as he arrived in Washington, with Ambassador Gideon Raphael, the foreign minister was handed a telegram.
Those were instructions signed by Prime Minister Eshkol that he should put as a main point in his discussion with Secretary of State and the President the fact that we have information that within the next 24 hours Egypt is going to attack Israel.
I said to Gideon, this sounds crazy to me. It simply doesn't fit in with anything that I've been hearing.
The Prime Minister's telegram had been beefed up by the Chief of Staff, Yitzhak Rabin, to exaggerate the Egyptian threat. According to Israel's own intelligence reports, Egypt's forces were not about to attack. The telegram went on to order the foreign minister to seek an immediate pledge of military support from the Americans.
The weakening effect on my mission was cannot be exaggerated. First, we were showing panic. Second, we were asking for something which you should never do in diplomacy. Never ask your interlocutor for something which he is objectively unable to do.
I said, disregard it and continue on the line with which you have gone. He said, how can I? I'm the foreign minister. My prime minister sends me instruction, because at the end of the telegram was said, don't ask back. Don't argue.
I've been asked by my government to explore what these governments intend to do in order to reopen this international waterway to a situation of law.
What do you want the United States to do, sir?
Well, I've come here really to find out what the United States intends to do.
President Lyndon Johnson was informed of the foreign minister's telegram.
The president had said to Dean Rusk and me, and I'm going to speak rather crudely, get Eban in here, into the family quarters of the White House, so we can work him over. Because we had heard that the Israelis were about to preempt. They were about to attack the Egyptians.
I was shown into one of the back doors at the White House to avoid the press.
Eban talked at great length and eloquently. He always spoke eloquently and he always spoke at great length. But what he had to say was very simple. This was a mortal crisis for Israel, and he wanted to know what the United States was prepared to do.
The president, he simply expressed skepticism about the idea that Israel was in danger. He said, you are not in danger. You are in a very difficult situation, but you are not in peril.
He said to Eban, we do not believe that Egypt is about to attack Israel. Moreover, if it does, you'll lick 'em.
To make the point, President Johnson asked for the Defense Department's assessment of the likely outcome of a Middle East war.
We had concluded that if Israel preempted, they could win clearly in a period of about 7 days, as I remember. We had also estimated that if they did not preempt and Egypt attacked first, that it would take somewhat longer, perhaps 10 to 14 days.
Then the president took out a piece of paper and started reading from it as though this was some kind of a sacred text. And what this document said was, Israel will not be alone unless it decides to be alone.
If you go alone, you'll stand alone. That was a very cold-blooded statement. We will not come to your defense if you preempt. We cannot come to your defense if you preempt.
As Israel received its warning in the White House, an Egyptian delegation was heading towards the Kremlin.
دخلنا ولم نرى حتى شوارع موسكو وبدأنا بقى في المباحثات بياخدونا بالسيارات مغلقة أيضا إلى داخل الكرملين.
The Soviets, like the Americans, warned their client not to be seen as the aggressor.
Премьер Косыгин сказал, передайте Насару, если вы нанесете первый удар, это может привести к расширению войны и, так сказать, вовлечению в этот конфликт и великих держав. Американцы и другие не останутся в стороне.
فقلت له احنا مهدين الموقف. يعني وقفل الخليج ده معناه مش معناه ان احنا هنحارب امريكا.
The Soviets made it clear that they meant what they said.
سألنا أساساً عن التعاقدات اللي كانت موجودة عشان تتنفذ بسرعة، خاصة قطع غيار الطائرات اللي زي ما قلت أنا قبل كده كان ممكن ناخدها في إيدنا في شنطة.
Оружие египтяне всегда просили, при любом случае, при любых переговорах, на любых уровнях, в том числе и Бадра.
مش بيرفضوا تزويده لنا، بيقولوا ده مش موجود أساساً، ملوش وجود.
فعلا صدمت، يعني قلت مش ممكن يعني الاتحاد السوفيتي الصديق يعني كيف يتعامل معنا في هذه الأزمة بهذه الصورة والحرب قد تكون على الأبواب.
Nasser got the message. The Soviets would back him only if he did not appear to be the aggressor. His commanders were instructed to stay on the defensive, ready to absorb an Israeli attack.
قائد القوات الجوية على كرسي كان قاعد على الكرسي وقف وقال it will be crippling. قال له يا سيادة الرئيس الضربة الأولى will be crippling. قالها بالإنجليزي، يعني الضربة الأولى هتكسحني، هتكسح القوات الجوية. فبص له عبد الحكيم عامر رد عليه قال له طب يا صدقي تحب تحارب إسرائيل تاخد الضربة الأولى وتحارب إسرائيل ولا ما تاخدش الضربة الأولى وتحارب أمريكا.
But the war fever in Cairo had become unstoppable. Popular hatred of Israel, which Nasser did nothing to discourage, now swept him forward and drove other Arab rulers to his side. Even King Hussein of Jordan, for years at odds with Nasser, decided he could no longer stand aloof.
I told my generals that I'm very afraid a war is imminent. If it does occur, I'm very concerned with the results. We in Jordan are probably the prime target. So in the morning I got into my aircraft and flew to Cairo. And I was met by the president. I was in military fatigues with my gun on. And he said, well, I see you're carrying a gun. I said, I've been like that for the last few days with my troops. And then he made a strange remark. What would happen if we suddenly took you prisoner and denied all knowledge of your arriving in this country?
King Hussein did not reply to this threat. He signed a mutual defense treaty with President Nasser and agreed to put his army under Egyptian command.
We were on the verge of a war. Therefore, any reservations I had in the past to any troops coming into Jordan were removed as far as I am concerned.
So Israel faced the prospect of war on three fronts: from Jordan in the east, from Syria in the north, and from Egypt in the south. By now, Israel had been mobilized for more than a week. All males aged 18 to 55 were called to serve. Most vehicles were requisitioned. Most factories closed. Israel could not stay fully mobilized for long. But still, Prime Minister Eshkol hesitated. He came to military headquarters to remind his generals of America's warning. Israel must not go alone.
והוא ניסה להסביר שעושים מאמצים דיפלומטיים בארצות הברית ובאירופה ולנסות להגיע להסדר עם נאסר. זה לא התקבל על הדעת, עלינו.
Flanked by his chief of staff, the Prime Minister found himself face to face with a rebellion.
מדי פלד, שבדרך כלל היה די שקט, בר בקול גבוה, הוא ממש צרח על הממשלה. למה אתם מהססים? למה אתם מפחדים?
ואני אמרתי לו, אשכול, עומד לרשותך הצבא טוב ביותר מימי דוד המלך. ואם לא תתקוף, לא ישכחו לך את זה. ואם תתקוף, אתה תנצח וישאו אותך על כפיים בהיסטוריה.
To regain the confidence of his generals, Prime Minister Eshkol appointed a new Minister of Defense, Moshe Dayan, hero of the 1956 Suez War.
Because the number of their forces is bigger than ours, but still I hope that we can make it, but much depends, very much depends, upon where the battle is.
The generals also asked for a second envoy to be sent to Washington. The Prime Minister agreed.
הוא אמר, תשמע, מאיר, אני מציע שתיסע לוושינגטון ותברר בדיוק מה קורה שם.
His mission was to see if the Americans would lift their veto on an Israeli first strike.
The Pentagon had quite enough trouble in Vietnam and didn't want another war.
So the head of Mossad called at the Pentagon to sound out the Secretary of Defense.
אני אמרתי לו, אתה יודע מה מצבנו? אני באתי לכאן בשליחות לא פורמלית, אבל בידיעת ראש הממשלה, ואני רוצה לומר לך
אנחנו לא רוצים אף חייל אמריקאי על אדמת ישראל, אנחנו יודעים את ההסתברות שלכם בווייטנאם.
He was doing most of the talking. I did ask one or two questions.
ואז אמרתי לו, תראה, אני חוזר הביתה, אני הולך להמליץ שאנחנו נתחיל לפעול.
I was friendly during my discussion and friendly as he left. But he didn't ask for answers, he got no answers.
אני כמובן קיבלתי חיזוק לעמדתי שצריך לפעול.
The head of Mossad raced back to Israel to report to the Prime Minister and members of his cabinet.
אני ישבתי בצד זה של הדלת, הם ישבו שם בפנים, ויושבים לילה שלם ודנים.
אני מסרתי בצורה מפורטת על כל מה שקרה לי בוושינגטון, והצגתי את העניין, ואמרתי, אני ממליץ שאנחנו נצא למערכה מה שיותר מהר. אני אומר להודות שאיש מהשרים לא, בישיבה הזאת לא היה נגד.
ואז כמו שתמיד היינו עושים את אותם הסיבובים המסוימים הללו, פתאום אשכול מתחיל לבמבם. לא הייתה לו אוזן לאשכול, הוא היה מזייף כל דבר, והיה לו איזה שיר חסידי שתמיד הוא היה שר, לא יודעת מה. Der Rebbe hat gesucht, wer muss freilich sein, weil es kommen schwere Zeiten. Der Rebbe hat gesucht, wer muss freilich sein, weil schwere Zeiten willkommen. ואז אני שואלת אותו, מה קורה, חביבי? ואז הוא אומר, תראי, מחר תתחיל המלחמה, תהיינה אלמנות, יתומים, הורים שכולים, ומי יודע מה ילד יום.
The generals chose first light on Monday the 5th of June as the time for the attack.
נדברנו, גם הרמטכ"ל ואני, שאנחנו ברביעי ליוני בערב ניסע הביתה, לישון בבית. כי הטמטמס במדינת ישראל עבדו כמו בג'ונגל. עכשיו, אם מפקד חיל האוויר והרמטכ"ל באים הביתה, ואנחנו שנינו גרנו באותה שכונה בצהלה, אז ידעו כולם שמחר שקט, הרמטכ"ל ומפקד חיל האוויר ישנים בבית.
From 7 o'clock the next morning, leaving behind only 12 fighters to defend Israel, 180 aircraft took off for Egypt. The target was 45 minutes away.
טסנו על הים, בגובה הגלים, על הים בערך כ-15 דקות. היה אסור לנו לדבר ברדיו. והמשכנו על הדיונות, נמוך מאוד מאוד. חצינו את תעלת סואץ על יד קנטרה ונכנסנו לתוך הדלטה. טסנו על הדלטה נמוך כשחקלאים מנפנפים לנו בידיים לשלום, הם חשבו שאנחנו ודאי חיל האוויר המצרי.
Most of the Israeli squadrons flew out to sea, far to the west. They had extra fuel tanks to enable them to fly past their targets, Egypt's air bases, and steal up on them from the rear.
זה היו 45 הדקות הכי ארוכות בחיים. אף פעם לא הערכתי כמה הרבה זמן זה 45 דקות. השעון כל הזמן לא זז ולא זז ולא זז, זה הלך לאט.
As the Israeli bombers approached their targets, the Egyptians received a coded message from Jordan.
شافوا الطيارات الإسرائيلي وهي متجهة إلينا، فبعت إشارة من مطار عجلون إلينا للإنذار. هذه الإشارة بالشفرة. كانت الشفرة بتاعتنا اتغيرت قبلها بيوم، فتأخر فك الإشارة.
الرجل اللي مسؤول في كوبري القبة في عند وزير بيكلم الدفاع الجوي بيقول له عملت ايه في الإشارة اللي جات لك عنب. قال له إشارة ايه؟
זה היה בדיוק 7:45, משכנו לגובה 6,000 רגל, הסתכלתי למטה, ראיתי את המיגים בוהקים, מבריקים בצידי המסלולים, עם הטייסים יושבים בתוך תאי המטוסים, בתוך הקוקפיטס, ואז בעצם הייתה לי ההרגשה, הצלחנו להפתיע.
The Israelis began their attack by destroying the runways to prevent the Egyptian aircraft from taking off. The few that did get off the ground were no match for the Israeli fighters.
رد عليا رئيس العمليات القوات الجوية، يا نوفل يا نوفل يا نوفل يا نوفل أفندم، المطارات بتاعتنا بتنضرب. قلت له يا بركة ايه اللي الكلام اللي انت بتقوله ده؟ قال المطارات بتنضرب. قلت له المطارات بتاعتنا احنا؟ قال اه. قلت له وعبد الحكيم عامر فين؟ والقيادات فين؟ قال لي وسينا بتنضرب واخرى كمان، وسينا واخرى مطارات سينا واخرى بتنضرب. قلت له كله بينضرب يا بركة في وقت واحد، يا بركة اقول كلام تاني غير الكلام اللي انت بتقوله ده. قال كل المطارات بتنضرب. حطيت السماعة لقيت الجمص بيكلمني، احنا بننضرب. صدقت بقى الكلام لأنه جالي من مصدر تاني كمان. وفي هذه الحالة بكل وأنا لوحدي.
He was alone because while the Israeli bombers were on their way, his commander-in-chief, Marshal Amar, had left with the Minister of War and his top brass to inspect their defences in the Sinai.
يعني الطيارة مشيت طارت حوالي 15 دقايق لغاية ما عرفنا الموقف وإن الإسرائيل ابتدت تضرب القوات الجوية. فرجعنا تاني المطار وما كان العربيات مشيت، فاضطرينا ناخد تاكسي عشان يودينا القيادة العامة، مقر القيادة.
By the time Marshal Amar's taxi got him back to headquarters, Egypt's air force was destroyed.
عبد الحكيم عامر ارتبك وبيقول للقائد القوات الجوية نفذ الخطة مضادة. جاوب صدقي محمود وقال له أنا مش قادر أنفذها لأن مفيش طيارات.
In the Sinai, Egypt had 3 times as many tanks as Israel, but with no air cover, their cause was hopeless.
عبد الحكيم عامر نداه لي وقال لي أنا عاوزك تحط لي خطة لانسحاب القوات إلى غرب القناة.
The commander-in-chief, Hakim Amar, had been a close friend of the president for more than 20 years. They had fought together as young officers. Together, they had planned the coup which brought down the Egyptian monarchy. Now, the defeated president phoned his defeated commander-in-chief.
وأنا كنت موجود، ما كانش حد تاني موجود. عامر ابتدى يعيط، قال اسمه مجرد يا جمال، رجع أولادنا سالمين يا جمال. وقفل السكة. قلت له إيه العياط ده كله؟ إيه اللي بيحصل؟ قال لي هو ابتدت التليفون بيقول لي سامحني يا حكيم، أنا عملت الكارثة دي، سامحني يا حكيم. وقعد يعيط عبد الناصر في التليفون.
Marshal Amar didn't wait for the Chief of Staff's plan of retreat. He simply picked up the phone and gave the order himself.
بعت إشارة لانسحب دون الأسلحة الثقيلة إلى غرب القناة. راحت مفتوحة. يعني إيه مفتوحة؟
Marshal Amar's order would kill more Egyptians than the battle. With no plan, his retreating units could not give each other covering fire. The Israelis gave chase.
היו טנקים שלנו שנסעו על הכביש, והם נסעו בין טנקים מצריים. מאות ואלפי כלי רכב וטנקים, כולם מותקפים מהאוויר ומותקפים מהיבשה, ומושמדים בוערים. זו תמונה נוראית.
338 Israelis were killed. Egyptian dead numbered 15,000. At 9 a.m. on the first day of the war, just after destroying Egypt's air force, the Israelis had contacted the King of Jordan.
אמרנו לו, זה בינינו לבין המצרים. אני לא יודע אם הוא דיבר על זאת. אם אתה לא תיכנס לעניין, שום דבר לא יקרה.
But the king felt he had to join the war against Israel because half his subjects were dispossessed Palestinians.
If Jordan took any other action or any other course, Jordan would place itself in a position of disintegrating from within, leading to an Israeli occupation of Jordan anyway.
בערך ב-10:30, 11, משהו כזה, התחיל להפגיז גם לאורך הקו הירוק. ואנחנו הסתכלנו אחד על השני בפיקוד, אני הייתי אז בעמדת הפיקוד, ואמרנו, זה לא יפה. ואמרנו, אם ככה לוקחים אותו.
The Israelis seized the chance to fulfill a 2,000-year-old dream, to gain control of the old city of Jerusalem. They fought their way to the hills overlooking the city.
הסתכלנו למטה על העיר העתיקה, זה היה מראה פנטסטי. יום יפה, שמש, גולדן דום, מבריק בשמש. בוודאי הייתה הרגשה שהאום עומד להתערב. אז חשבתי לעצמי, תכף ייתנו לנו פקודה של הפסקת אש. איך אני אסתכל על עצמי בעיני ההיסטוריה? זה לא בא בחשבון.
Before he could move on Jerusalem, the general needed the okay.
אז חיים בר-לב אומר, עוזי, יש לך אישור של הממשלה להיכנס לעיר עתיקה. צריך לעשות את זה מהר ובשכל.
It took the Israelis 10 hours of street-to-street fighting to capture the city. When the troops were on the brink of victory, their commanding officer received a call from the defense minister.
משה דיין היה איש חכם ואיש יחסי ציבור מדרגה ראשונה. הוא הודיע, אני בא לירושלים, תחכה לי. דיין בא, 10 עיתונאים וצלמים ומובי קאמרה, והוא רצה שהרגע של הכניסה שלו לעיר העתיקה, זה יהיה הרגע ההיסטורי הרשמי.
When the battle ended, Jordan had lost not only the old city, but all the land it held on the west bank of the Jordan River.
I went out to the front and I could see people crossing over in small groups, very tired. You know, all the years that I had spent since 1953 trying to build that country and build that army, all the pride, all the hopes, I saw it just destroyed. I never received a more crushing blow than that.
Mr. Prime Minister, does Israel wish any territory beyond the territory she now holds?
No, sir. No, sir. We don't need any additional territory.
We want only to develop this territory that we have. There is so much to put in energy and money and brain that we have a little. We don't want any additional territory.
2 days later, Israeli forces did attack an additional piece of territory. With Jordan and Egypt disposed of, Syria became an irresistible target.
תקפנו את רמת הגולן עם כל אמצעי הלחימה שהיו לנו, ובשביל לתת לך דוגמה למסיביות של המלחמה שעשינו שם, אנחנו הטלנו על רמת הגולן יותר פצצות מאשר על כל שדות התעופה המצריים ביחד. ב-12 שעות. גם רקטות וגם פצצות וגם נפלם וגם צליפה, כל אמצעי הלחימה שהיו לנו.
The whole war had been sparked by a false Soviet report of a threat to Syria. Now that Israel was attacking the Soviets' ally, the war escalated.
Word came through the hotline was up, and I didn't know what it was about because I thought that the war was pretty well over. Nevertheless, I went back immediately to the White House. The usual suspects were there, McNamara and the rest. And we had a rather hairy message from the Russians.
The Soviets made very clear they would intervene militarily. And very likely they would not only turn Israel back from its attack on Syria, but they would join Syria in an effort to deal a mortal blow to Israel. It was a very, very dangerous situation.
The Soviets were not bluffing. Strategic Bomber Command in the Ukraine had received orders to prepare 4 squadrons to fly to the battle zone.
Торопливость и спешка была почему-то неимоверная. И было очень серьезное предупреждение насчет того, чтобы ни в коем разе не допустить каких-либо потерь. Потому что потеря тем самым любого самолета, она как бы может раскрыть вот суть и смысл и содержание, так сказать, наших налетов, нашей советской авиации. Но постольку вот, я говорю, надежд на то, что все это дело так пройдет незаметно, не было, поэтому пришлось вот делать вот так.
The pilots were then ordered to leave behind all identification. Their aircraft were to be repainted in Egyptian colors.
Красные звезды у нас с одной краской, красной, как известно, рисуются, то там оказалось 4 цвета. 4 цвета, что, помнится, зеленый, черный какой-то, еще там тоже, кажется, красный. Вот такой вот. Не все было под руками, и все это тоже вызвало суматоху.
In the White House Situation Room, President Johnson and his colleagues worked out their response to the Soviet ultimatum. The president sent a message on the hotline telling the Kremlin that he was using every means to get the Israelis to stop the war. This was not strictly true. The president could have picked up the phone to the Israeli Prime Minister. Instead, he phoned New York.
United States Ambassador Goldberg asked me to come out into the lobby and to say to me, you must immediately announce that the fighting is over.
This was not within the Israeli ambassador's power, so he asked his minister, Abba Eban, to phone the Prime Minister. But he was with his generals on the Golan Heights.
ופתאום מצלצל בערב, תגידי לאשכול שיפסיקו את המלחמה מפני שהאום רוצה כך וכך ואלה מצלצלים כך וכך. טוב, אשכול מצלצל, אז אני אומרת לו, אשכול, איך זה? אז הוא אומר, זה יוצא מהכלל פה בגולן וזה והנוף וזה ואיזה דברים ליריים ורומנטיים. אז אני אומרת לו, אשכול, אבן רוצה שתפסיקו את המלחמה מפני שהוא לא יכול, כי יש... זאת אומרת, לא שומע. אני אומרת, מה זה אתה לא שומע? הרי אני אומרת לך בפירוש, במאלו המילים שהוא אומר שהוא לא יכול, הוא הכל... לא שומעים, הקו לא טוב, לא שומעים, אני אבוא הביתה נדבר. וככה 10 פעמים, ובסוף הבינות שמה שהולך שם, היו צריכים עוד לגמור כמה קילומטרים.
The Israelis pressed on into the Golan, and encountered no Soviet forces, thanks to the Americans, who had devised a postscript to President Johnson's hotline message.
He asked McNamara what distance from the Syrian coast the fleet, American fleet, was at the time, and he said 100 miles.
It was steaming toward Gibraltar on a training exercise. We turned it around.
And the president said, move them to within 50 miles, knowing that the fleet was shadowed by Soviet electronic ships, and they would know them directly. That was also part of the message.
Так что этого вторжения, такого из-за угла, анонимного, что ли, не получилось, ну и слава Богу.
The Israeli government waited until their forces had achieved their objective before giving the order to halt.
A colleague of mine from Foreign Ministry in Jerusalem called me to give me the text of an agreed statement on ceasefire.
Israel accepts any proposal made by General Bull for the implementation of the Security Council ceasefire resolution and the arrangements for the supervision of the ceasefire.
I read this statement, slowly translating it from Hebrew into English, and that was the end of the war.
In 6 days, Israel's armed forces had quadrupled the territory their country controlled. From Syria, they had taken the Golan Heights. From Jordan, the West Bank and the old city of Jerusalem. From Egypt, Gaza and the Sinai. With so much land to trade, Israel had its best ever chance for peace. Israelis flocked to the old city. To these people, the idea of returning it to the Arabs was unthinkable.
For us, the central issue was the United Nations meeting, because all Israelis were scared to death by the prospect that what happened in 1956, when the joint American-Soviet pressure chased us right out of our gains, people felt that this was going to happen again.
The cabinet determined to hold on to Jerusalem forever, and to the West Bank for the time being. To win support for this at the UN, they decided to offer the Golan Heights back to Syria and the vast empty expanse of the Sinai Desert to Egypt.
The idea was that we should reach an agreement with the United States that they would work against resolutions calling for our immediate and unconditional withdrawal.
But when the foreign minister brought the offer to the Americans, they judged that Israel could be persuaded to go further and hand back all the captured territories.
Eban had told us, we are not interested in territory, so that it was not based on any desire that Israel may have had to acquire territory.
That week, President Johnson was hosting a summit for Soviet Prime Minister Kosygin. Eager to appear as peacemakers at the UN, the two leaders approved a draft peace resolution. In Cairo, the draft was scrutinized in the Foreign Ministry. It came down to whether, in exchange for the return of all captured Arab territory, Egypt would recognize Israel's right to exist.
ووصلنا إلى نتيجة أن هذا المشروع هو أفضل ما يمكن قبوله. وقدمنا هذا الرأي إلى وزير الخارجية.
But Cairo was still reeling from the shock of the defeat and the political upheaval that followed it.
عبد الناصر قال يعني احنا خسرنا ما فيش فايدة نقعد.
لقد قررت أن أتنحى تماما ونهائيا عن أي منصب رسمي وأي دور سياسي وأن أعود إلى صفوف الجماهير أؤدي واجبي معها كأي مواطن آخر.
After his broadcast, crowds surrounded the presidential palace and begged Nasser to stay.
يعني أغلبية المظاهرات اللي حصلت كانت حقيقية عن شعور حقيقي. لكن الشيء الثاني اللي اتعامل برضو ان علي صبري بعت برقية لجميع وحدات الاتحاد الاشتراكي في جميع أنحاء الجمهورية بالاجتماع في مقر الوحدات بأكبر قوة ممكنة عشان يسمعوا الخطاب. فالحق التصرف الطبيعي بعد ما يسمعوا الخطاب انهم هيطلعوا من الاجتماع بمظاهرة يقولوا عايزين ناصر، لا زعيم إلا ناصر.
Nasser stayed on as president. His old friend, Marshal Amer, became the scapegoat. He refused to resign, so Nasser had him arrested. He died in custody. It was said in Cairo he was suicided. In this turbulent atmosphere, Nasser rejected the Soviet-American peace plan.
عشان الاقتراح ده يتنفذ لازم حد تاني يعمله مش عبد الناصر. لازم عبد الناصر يسيب السلطة لأنه هو البطل العروبة وإزاي يبقى هو يقعد مع إسرائيل على مائدة مفاوضات.
In New York, the Israeli foreign minister was shown the superpower's draft peace resolution soon after it had been sent to Cairo.
The paper really made our hair stand on end because it talked about withdrawal from all the territory. And when it came to peace, it didn't say just and lasting peace. In other words, it was very deficient for our ears, and I exploded in indignation.
Israel had shown its enemies that it was here to stay, and it held enough Arab land to bargain for recognition. But it would take another war before the first peace deal would be struck.
Jeremy Bowen's documentary from 2008 examines the events leading up to the Israeli War of Independence in 1949 and its impact on Jewish-Arab relations. The Birth of Israel, watched now on BBC iPlayer.
And Israel's victory is a swift, smashing, and total one, as crack Air Force, infantry, artillery, and tank corps combine to sweep across the Sinai Peninsula to the Suez Canal, east into Jordan, north into Syria. Thousands of prisoners are taken, while Jordan announces she lost 15,000 troops in the sudden and devastating campaign. The old city of Jerusalem is captured, as well as Bethlehem, the west bank of the Jordan, and the drive into Syria stops just short of Damascus.
Palestinians, made homeless by the Six-Day War, crossed the Jordan River, fleeing from the Israeli army which had just overrun part of the Kingdom of Jordan. One of the camps they came to lies just across the river from the territory which Israel had taken. Six weeks later, while the Arab world stood numbed by the scale of its defeat, a small band of Palestinian guerrillas left their hideout in Syria and came to the camp at Karami. From the bank of the river they could see the Israeli patrols now occupying their Palestinian homeland.
انتظرنا حتى عبرت السيارة الإسرائيلية اللي كانت بتمرق كدوري مثل دورية وبدأنا نعبر النهر. أول من عبر اللي هو الأخ أبو عمار.
Abu Ammar, or Yasser Arafat, was an engineer and building contractor who became one of the founders of a resistance group called Fatah. This was their first crossing of the River Jordan, launching their campaign to establish a Palestinian state.
We know that is not easy. But we are ready to pay the price.
المية مية نهر الأردن دائما معروف إنه يعني إلي أنا بالنسبة إلي بتيجي لهان. هلا بتيجي بس الطويل بتيجي أقصر والطويل أقصر يعني وهان. عرفات مثلي قصير فكانت المية لكتافه يعني وكان ماسك صرته على راسه وماشي على مهله شوي 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 يعني لأنه انزحلق بقع ونوقع بده هذا كله بده ينبل وبعدين مصيبة والسلاح.
Beyond the river, in the occupied West Bank, the Fatah guerrillas set about recruiting and training small resistance cells to strike at Israel. They laid traps for the occupying army.
أفضل هدف الهدف المتحرك الذي يباغث السيارة المتحركة. تفتح النار أنت مجموعة 3 4 بيفتحوا النار حسب الخطة الموضوع. إذا بعد أنت بتفتح النار وتباغت فرأسا لما تضرب القنبلة بتحسم القنبلة قنبلتين أنت بتكون في مأمن وهو بصير في الشظايا.
Arafat's guerrilla raids were launched under the noses of Jordan's regular army.
أنا بدأت فعلا أشجعهم، بدأت أنا يعني أعطيهم إسناد أرضي على أساسه لما يقوموا في عمليات عبر النهر إلى إسرائيل نشجعهم لأنه احنا بحاجة لإشغال العدو.
If Israel's defense forces hit back, the Kingdom of Jordan stood to take the blow.
ومن هنا طلبت من جلالة الملك مقابلتهم فقابلهم جلالة الملك.
I had never seen a photograph of Arafat up to that point or had a description of him. So I was looking at a sort of a big burly figure that I thought must be Arafat. And when he finally came to say goodbye, I suddenly realized it wasn't the image I had formed of Arafat.
The actions launched from Karame worried the king, but he felt unable to stop them.
וקראמה הפך להיות בסיס ענקי של ארגוני החבלה בירדן, ממש על יד נהר הירדן, על גבול ישראל. הקש ששבר את גב הגמל היה שאוטובוס ישראלים, תלמידים, עלה בערבה מדרום לים המלח, על מוקש, והיו הרוגים ופצועים, גם מבוגרים וגם ילדים.
In response, the Israeli army was ordered to destroy the guerrilla bases in Jordan and put an end to Palestinian resistance once and for all.
אנחנו לא נזהרנו מספיק. אחרי מלחמת ששת הימים גם זלזלנו באויב, לא הסתרנו אף תנועה צבאית שהיא.
They came blatantly with their tanks and artillery and troops messed up. So we realized that something was about to happen. I think they were overconfident. Early in the morning at about 5, we were told that the first Israeli elements had crossed one of the bridges.
Advancing on Karame was one of the best equipped and toughest armies in the world. Facing them were 300 poorly armed Palestinian fighters with orders from Arafat to hold their ground. By midday, half of them were dead, and many were rounded up.
חשבו שאנחנו הלכנו לקראמה כדי לתפוס את ערפאת. אבל לא, ערפאת גם יצא משם, אומרים ברח ב-2 בבוקר.
But the day was not over. In due course, the Jordanian army counterattacked.
قفزت أنا والله لما قال لي أول دبابة قفزت من التخت وقفت قلت شو أطلقوا النار قفزت من التخت إني واقف هيك اكسايتمنت. بدي اقابل اليهود، نعم، بدي اعطيهم درس. والله.
29 Israelis were killed, 90 wounded. Their army withdrew. The Palestinians presented the day's events as their triumph.
We faced this huge, up-to-date military Israeli forces. In the beginning, we were alone. After 5 hours, some small battalions from the Jordanian government attended us and fought with us without any central instructions from their headquarters. But at the end, it was the first victory for the Arab nation after this big defeat of 1967.
They claimed it to be a victory for them. We wouldn't have disputed that except for the fact that it wasn't true.
True or false, Arafat became famous. He was chosen to command all the factions in the Palestine Liberation Organization. And inspired by the stories of a great victory at Karama, volunteers from many countries came to swell the ranks.
لكن معظمهم مع الأسف أسوأ الناس الذين غير مدربين واللي ما عندهم انضباطية وكبر العمل الفدائي ويعني خلينا نقول زاد العدد وزادت المشاكل.
It was total anarchy. We had 52 various guerrilla organizations of all various types, and they weren't just Palestinian guerrilla organizations. Every international guerrilla organization had a presence in the country.
We were naive people. We were very enthusiastic, very revolutionary, and at the same time, we were, and I can assure you, we were very innocent. We felt that King Hussein, as a reactionary leader, leading a reactionary regime, is an obstacle, and that in order to make our revolution succeed, we need to remove this obstacle.
One day, shooting broke out in the capital, Amman, and the king drove off to investigate.
And on a crossroad, where there was a military police checkpost, we found that one side of the road was closed, and the other side also was blocked by an army lorry. We stopped.
As we came to a stop, suddenly we were under very, very intense heavy machine gun fire. The guard car in front of me was hit. We lost a sergeant of my guard and about 4 wounded. Everyone jumped out of my car and yelled at me to do the same.
We could see the bullets from those heavy machine guns coming down at us, hitting the asphalt, the tarmac around us. It was like raindrops on a parched land, just making holes. And those rows of holes were getting closer and closer to where we were standing.
I felt very angry. And I believe my reaction was to say a bad word, but essentially to the effect of, how dare they?
The king jumped into a ditch.
Spontaneously, on the spur of the moment, I had an idea to protect His Majesty physically, and the commander of the guards had the same idea at the same time.
They converged from both sides to try to give me body cover, and they nearly broke my back in the process.
Their driver turned the car around.
We got into the car, shooting going on. Engine was revving like mad, but we were still stationary. So I told the driver, just hang on a second and engage the gear, which in his anxiety had forgotten to do, and we shot off.
The faction most determined to overthrow the government of Jordan was led by George Habash.
نحن كنا متوجهين للقتال ضد إسرائيل فقط، لكن هو النظام نفسه كان يعتبر إنه وجودنا في الأردن يشكل خطر عليه. هذا الموضوع موضوعه وليس موضوعنا.
Dr. Habash was the leader of a political party, and they decided to remove King Hussein. But from our point of view, we don't like to fight against the government, but if they are insisting to clash, we will fight.
On the 9th of September 1970, this British airliner, with 115 passengers and some of Dr. Habash's armed men aboard, appeared over Amman.
I heard about it when an aircraft passed overhead my house west of the city in the suburbs, practically knocking the roof off.
In a single spectacular operation, Habash's men hijacked 4 Western airliners and forced 3 of them, with their hundreds of passengers, to fly to Jordan. The planes landed on an old World War II airstrip in the desert.
We waited for 20 full years. Nothing happened. Our people remained in their camps, in their tents. They are fed up with this condition.
وجدنا إنه الموضوع اللي ممكن أن يثير الرأي العام العالمي ويقف أمام هذه الموضوع هو عملية خطف الطائرات.
The Jordanian army surrounded the airstrip, and the general in charge went in to parley with the hijackers.
فبعد مفاوضات طويل جدا وكان الطقس حار جدا وكنت أستظل تحت الطيارات من كثر الحر، اتفقت معهم أن نفرغ الركاب وديهم لعمان والطيارات تبقى.
The 435 passengers and crew were taken off the aircraft, but some were retained as hostages.
The humiliation of having aircraft flown into the country and innocent passengers being whisked away and being unable to do anything about it was something that questioned whether Jordan really existed or whether it didn't.
The hijackers drove home their message to the world.
Well, that was the limit. As far as I was concerned, something had to be done, and done soon.
4 days later, with control of the kingdom slipping away, Hussein declared war on the PLO. Towards midnight, his tanks and soldiers moved into position around the capital. Arab was poised to fight Arab.
I think I tried to get a little bit of sleep that night. I prayed a lot. And in the morning, first light, there was movement into the city.
On the early hours of September 17, I woke up when we heard the artillery bombing our bases. So what we did immediately is that we went to Arafat office, the Joint Command. Arafat was there. Most of the leaders of Fatah were there. Even Habash was there, and they were calling through telephone and through wireless Damascus, telling them about the news and asking in an open way for a Syrian intervention.
On the third day of fierce fighting, the Syrians responded to this appeal.
Our intelligence and our radar informed us that the Syrians were massing tank formations on the Jordanian-Syrian border.
We had been arguing over this Syrian invasion, particularly with our Soviet friends at the time. And whenever I raised the problem with the Soviet ambassador, he would respond, but these are Palestinian army units and Palestinian army tanks, they are not Syrian.
And we all knew that the PLO does not have tanks.
But tanks there were, Soviet-built tanks streaming in from Syria.
فقط نحن كنا عم نحمي الفلسطينيين من الجيش الأردني، أما نحميهم. ما كان هدفنا ضرب الجيش الأردني. لذلك كان التدخل في أضيق النطاق وفي أبسط الأمور. ما دخلنا بشكل واسع، وبالتالي كان فقط دعمنا لحماية الفدائيين وحماية أرواحهم.
In Washington, the president called in his national security advisors to assess the reports from Jordan.
The Soviets were on every platoon leader's tank right up to the border and then jumped off as they crossed the border. And Syrian officers were in command of what were allegedly PLO volunteer forces. So we knew it was an international superpower crisis.
President Nixon summoned the Soviet ambassador.
We warned the Russians and said, stay out of there. They, of course, in turn warned us and said, you stay out and keep Israel out.
In the meantime, King Hussein's forces took on and destroyed many of the Syrian tanks, but they could not stop the advance. The pressure on the king was increasing by the hour.
When the Syrian tanks had reached the town of Irbid, which is about 2/3 of the way from the Syrian border down to Amman. They're about at that town, on the edge of it. That's when he was really starting to panic.
With all the threats from almost every direction, and the situation, to all intents and purposes, looking almost impossible to cope with. Army headquarters began to tell me that we needed help from outside, and we should ask for it from the Americans and any quarter that would be willing to help.
In the circumstances, any quarter could mean only one thing: Israel.
We knew that he had said he would accept help from any quarter, and we thought he'd probably prefer direct American intervention.
He was keenly aware that if he was resurrected and protected as a result of Israeli military intervention, that this would have a strongly negative impact, not only within Jordan itself, but obviously within the entire world.
This was something that was discussed between Cisco, myself, Haig, and one or two of my staff people.
The three advisors knew they would have to convince President Nixon if they decided in favor of an Israeli intervention.
We came to that conclusion. Time was pressing. So I then went to Nixon. First I had to find him, and the Secret Service told me he was in the basement of the Executive Office building across the street from the White House, bowling. And that's where I found him.
I remember Henry coming back into the offices. He said, holy mackerel, the guy's bowling with his black dress shoes on.
He was there bowling alone, and we just started talking. He wanted to have an American intervention.
And of course, we didn't just have an empty cannon there. That's why we moved some fleet units over into that part of the Mediterranean. And that is why we alerted a couple of Marine battalions as well.
I thought it would have been very difficult to manage. We didn't have a commander. We didn't have the right combination of forces. We didn't know how to end it.
Mr. President, we said, we think the Israelis are in the best position to do this. They're close to the scene. the resources can be employed rapidly.
Once he understood that, he agreed to back the Israelis.
Hussein was quite aware of and approved of what we were doing in this thing, and if he didn't approve, he didn't let us know.
It was America's ambassador in Jordan who broke the news to King Hussein.
And what I was told to say to him is, we'll get the Israelis to come in and help you. And I think this is a very serious moment for the king.
וקיבלתי אישור להעביר פנטומים מעל הטנקים האלה. ותדרכתי באופן אישי את מוביל הרביעייה של הפנטומים מרמת דוד. אמרתי, אתה תטוס מעליהם ושלא תהיה לך ספק שהם רואים אותך ושומעים אותך. ותעשה עליהם תקיפות דמה בשביל שהם יבינו מה אנחנו מתכוונים שהם יעשו, שיסתובבו ויחזרו חזרה. וזה בדיוק מה שעשינו. הרביעייה הזו עשתה כמה תרגילים מעל הטנקים האלה, מהצד חיכיתי להם עם עוד שתי רביעיות אם הם ינסו להפריע מהאוויר, והם לא הפריעו להם אפילו, והטנקים הסתובבו וחזרו. רביעייה של פנטומים הספיקה.
الرئيس الأسد لم يرد أن يشرك الطيران السوري في العملية، لأنه احنا عم نقاتل جيش حليف. الجيش الأردني هو جيش صديق لنا، ما ممكن احنا نضربه بالطيران.
Whether it was because of Arab brotherly love or the threat of Nixon's Sixth Fleet and Israel's warplanes, Syria withdrew its tanks. The Jordanian army could now give all its attention to kicking out the Palestinians. Yasser Arafat, hiding somewhere in the capital, sent out an SOS.
I remember that he made the broadcasting through the station we had, asking the Arab world and the Islamic world to intervene.
The Arab world heard him. Its leaders gathered in Cairo for an emergency summit chaired by President Nasser. Nasser decided that they should send a delegation to Jordan to ask King Hussein to stop killing Palestinians. At the head of this delegation was the president of faraway Sudan.
الملكي قابلنا طبعا قدم لنا ما طاب ولذ من طعام.
They kept telling us that you have to stop things immediately. Well, we can't stop. I mean, we're in the middle of a life and death struggle.
إلى أن تعيشنا هناك حتى بعدين كنا بنتكلم في الأشياء زي دي.
I believe that that experience was one of my worst during that particular period of time. Because one is concerned, one is worried, one is trying to deal with problems changing every minute, and suddenly to have to entertain a group that is totally out of touch with reality or with the needs of the moment.
وحقيقة يعني قعدنا نتحادث ونتجاذب في الأحاديث والأسباب دي كلها إلى أن أصبح الصبح.
The Arab leaders, having failed to win the king over, got into the armoured car he had loaned them and tuned into the radio.
فبدأنا نسمع كلام عرفات واسمع نداء من عرفات بيطلب في نجدة.
A group of them set off to find him. Forced to abandon their car, they continued their quest on foot.
ذهبنا بأرجلنا مسافة طويلة حتى في الطريق ضربت علينا مجموعات رصاص أيضا ونحن كنا ماشيين والدنيا كان قمر جميل.
Their guides led them down to a cellar.
رجع صرفات وراح سلم علينا على كل حال اللي ما قلدني كده وهو دموعي جرت وانا دموعي جرت وسلمنا على بعض والحمد لله على السلامة الحمد لله على السلامة وأنقذونا منا وبتاع قلنا الحمد لله حتتنقذ.
They left the hideout, taking Arafat with them, and made their way to the Egyptian embassy, where Arafat was given a family, a Palestinian mother and her child.
والطفل ده ذاته اللي استعملناه أنه يشيلوا عرفات علشان الحرس بتاع المطار ما يوقفنا. وكان أيضا عرفات غيرنا اللبس بتاعه بالعباية العربية.
Thus disguised amid the delegation of Arab leaders, Yasser Arafat and his new family made it past King Hussein's soldiers guarding the airport.
And then suddenly I heard with utter shock and disbelief that they arrived in Cairo. They had Arafat with them.
Arafat had had a close shave. It was part of his disguise. President Numeri gave his account of the Palestinians' Black September.
حملت على الأردن شوية وحملت على الملك حسين.
King Hussein decided that he too should be in Cairo.
I, of course, came in still in my fatigues and with my gun in position.
وقال في الاجتماع رد على أي شيء يمكن أنه الملك حسين قال لا أنا مش ضد الفلسطينيين أبدا ولا أي شيء ولا أي.
President Nasser imposed a deal which gave King Hussein most of what he had been fighting for. Arafat gave in. He agreed all his fighters would leave the capital. The PLO tried to regroup in the north of Jordan, and it took King Hussein another year to drive them out of the country altogether. The PLO's attempt to turn Jordan into a base against Israel had failed.
But we did a very important thing. We create a new people. And instead of being refugees, to be fighters. This is very important. We were refugees, homeless. We became now fighters, freedom fighters. And next stage, you will see.
Arafat and his battered fighters moved to Lebanon. Here they licked their wounds and regrouped. Arafat was cautious about his next move. But some embittered members of Fatah, calling themselves Black September, planned to avenge their humiliation.
The Olympic Games stand still. The flags in the stadium at half-mast. The citizens of Munich, the thousands of competitors and officials.
The Black September organization crowned a year of terror attacks by storming the Olympic Village.
This hastily conceived memorial ceremony.
11 Israeli athletes were killed in the shootouts. This time, Israel retaliated with a pinpoint operation. An Israeli commando force landed on a beach near Beirut. Their targets were PLO leaders, particularly the Black September group. Arafat, who was working late at the PLO's busy headquarters, escaped. But the raiders did find their Black September targets in their homes and killed them. At the funerals, the Palestinians and their Muslim allies erupted in fury. To everyone's astonishment, this man turned up at the funeral. Pierre Gemayel, Christian clan leader, suspected by some Palestinians of collaborating with Israel. He ran a private army known as the Phalange, and to these Christian militiamen, the arrival of armed Palestinians was a threat to Christian dominance of Lebanon.
بقي بيير جميل حتى اللحظة الأخيرة مترددا، لأن هناك الأمنيون رجال الأمن في الكتائب كانوا ينصحونه بعدم الذهاب لأن بيير جميل كان في خطر.
Yasser Arafat responded with an equally unexpected gesture. He asked for a meeting with the Christian clan leader. In a daring attempt to make his peace with the men of power in Lebanon, Arafat drove off through the hostile streets of Beirut's Christian sector.
رأى أيضا شعار آخر لا لمنظمة التحرير، فضحك وقال لي نحن إذا لم نقم بعمل مهم فسيحدث انفجار كبير في لبنان.
Arafat's peace move came to nothing. There was no common ground. The Christian clan leaders gave the PLO an ultimatum.
We are asking the Palestinians to stay quiet. If they want to remain in Lebanon, to stay quiet in Lebanon.
Arafat had no intention of staying quiet. 1974 saw a succession of Palestinian raids across the border into Israel. In an attack on a block of flats, 18 Israelis, including 8 children, died. A month later, Palestinian raiders took over a school, and 22 children were killed. Israel's main anti-terror defences shifted from its long frontier with Jordan to the frontier with Lebanon.
ומיד מינו אותי להיות מפקד חטיבה, והקמתי שם חטיבה שהיא ישבה מול הגבול הלבנוני. וכל הקונספציה וכל שיטות הפעולה היו כאלו כדי למנוע עד כמה שרק ניתן מחבלים שייכנסו. אין בעצם שבוע שלא היו 2-3 ניסיונות.
Israel, surrounded by hostile Muslim states, badly needed friends in the region and saw Lebanon's Christians as a natural ally. Now, those Christians were under challenge as their conflict with the Palestinians in Lebanon exploded into a bloody civil war. Israel saw an opportunity. Defense Minister Shimon Peres decided to send an Arabic-speaking officer on a secret mission to Beirut.
בליבי החלטתי שאיש כזה מוכרח להיות מתנדב, מפני שבהחלט חייו עלולים להיות בסכנה.
וכשהודעתי לו שאני מוכן, אז הוא חייך, אמר לי, אבל אתה יודע שזה מסוכן מאוד. אמרתי לו, אני יודע.
אבל כן אני ראיתי בהחלט בנסיעתו של פואד נסיעה לשדה מוקשים, ונסיעה ליעד יש בה הרבה מאוד בוגדים.
The Israeli officer set off aboard a missile boat, sailing in darkness towards civil war-torn Beirut.
כל ביירות הייתה כולה מוארת, הייתה באש של תותחים. פשוט עיר בגיהנום, זה פשוט לא יאומן, כולה שרפה אחת גדולה.
In that city, as the intelligence officer knew, the Christians were faring badly against the Palestinians. His Christian hosts sped him towards the battlefront to obtain his first impressions of Israel's new friends.
אני רואה פתאום אלפים, אם לא יותר מזה, עומדים ליד הכביש, משני צדי הכביש, ומוחאים כפיים. ואני אומר, מה זה? הוא אומר, בוא תראה מה שהולך פה. ואז אני רואה 2 טנדרים מתקרבים, טנדר אחד יורה באוויר, והשני טנדר שאחריו הולך נשרח חבל. מהחבל הזה יוצאים כמה ראשי חבלים, ובכל ראש חבל הייתה גבייה של מחבל. והטנדר נוסע וגורר אותם על הרצפה, ואלו שיושבים שם למעלה, על הטנדר עצמו, פשוט יורים בהם ויורים בהם אחרי שכבר מתו מזמן, כן? אני הייתי פשוט בהלם.
The intelligence officer reported that he had found strong anti-PLO feeling among the Christians, and they would accept help from any quarter.
הם דרשו הכל. הם דרשו כלי נשק. אם זה קלאצ'ים, אם זה רובים, אם זה עוזים. ביקשו תותחים. מסרנו, מרגמות תותחים. ביקשו טנקים, מסרנו. סיפקנו להם אלפים רבים מאוד. אלפים רבים מאוד.
In 1981, Ariel Sharon became Israel's defense minister. Soon after, the Christian leaders were told to assemble on the beach to await a visitor.
כמו שנחתתי אל החוף, בא לקראתי בשיר ג'מאיל, חיבק, לחץ יד, איתו היו מראשי המפקדים של הכוחות הלבנוניים.
Bashir, the son of clan leader Pierre Jamael, was the rising star who now controlled the weapons supplied by Israel. He had ruthlessly eliminated his rivals and united all the Christian forces under his command. At a meeting with the Christian leaders, Sharon revealed a plan to root out the Palestinian threat completely.
فقال للقادة المسيحيين: اعلموا أننا اتخذنا في إسرائيل قراراً باجتياح لبنان. القرار متخذ وإننا ننتظر الفرصة لتنفيذ هذا الاجتياح.
Sharon told the Christians he would need their help. Israel's troops could not march into an Arab capital. Expelling the Palestinians from the city would be the task of the Christians.
אמרתי לו, אם יקרה דבר כזה, זאת משימה שיהיה עליכם לבצע. אתם ורק אתם, עם הצבא הלבנוני, יכולים את זה לעשות.
But the Israelis would help them by advancing as far as Beirut and encircling it. All they needed was a pretext. 6 months later, it came. The Israeli ambassador in London was shot and badly wounded by a Palestinian. Although the attack was not carried out by the PLO, Israel went into action. Prime Minister Begin summoned the cabinet.
פנה אליי וביקש שאני אציג, הצגתי את המבצע.
The defense minister said nothing about the plan to encircle Beirut. He spoke only of pushing the Palestinians back from Israel's northern border.
זה היה, אני חושב, מר ארליך, זכרונו לברכה, ששאלו מה עם ביירות, או האם ביירות, אני אמרתי, ביירות אינה בתמונה. המבצע הזה נועד לגרום לכך שברצועה של 40-45 קילומטרים לא יהיו יותר מחבלים.
Israeli forces crossed the border and moved rapidly towards their stated objective. Prime Minister Begin reassured the Israeli parliament.
ואם אנחנו נשיג את הקו 40 קילומטרים מן הגבול הצפוני שלנו, נעשתה מלאכה, תיפסק כל לחימה.
But within hours, Sharon found a reason for pushing further.
הגיעו ידיעות שכוחות של דיוויזיה אחת סורית נעים דרומה לחלק הדרומי של בקעת הלבנון.
Sharon persuaded Begin that Israel's troops should now advance deeper into Lebanon to outflank this Syrian force. It would mean going beyond 45 kilometers.
מי שחשב שהחלטת הממשלה אפילו לרגע נתנה חסינות למחבלים מעבר לקו של 45 קילומטרים, הוא טועה. הממשלה מעולם לא נתנה חסינות למחבלים בשום מקום בעולם, ולא תיתן חסינות למחבלים בשום מקום אחר בעולם.
Within 3 days of telling the cabinet that Beirut was not in the picture, Ariel Sharon had moved Israel's troops to the outskirts of the Lebanese capital. For 9 weeks, they laid siege to Beirut, bombing and shelling the districts where Palestinians lived.
We are here, and we will continue to be here, and we will defend this city, the first the first, it is very important, it is the first Arab capital which the Israeli are blockading. It is very important. You have to put in consideration what it means for the next generation. What have been done, you will pay its price.
The more Arafat defied Israel, the more people in Lebanon were killed by Israel's saturation bombing. Their capital was being destroyed. The Lebanese themselves demanded that Arafat and his PLO fighters leave Beirut.
كلفت أنا بإبلاغ أبو عمار هالشيء، وحصل اجتماع ببيت شفيق الحوت أول مرة، وكان موجود شفيق الحوت، وبلغت أبو عمار شو المطلوب، فأبو عمار صعق إنه ما حدا قال له هالكلام بالأول. طيب نحن عم نقول لك هذا الكلام.
The Israelis drove the message home by harrying the Palestinian leaders wherever they met.
وأكاد أقول أن إسرائيل، الجيش الإسرائيلي تقريبا كان على علم يومي بتوجهاتنا السياسية، فعندما يصله أخبار بأننا أقرب إلى البقاء وإلى المقاومة نشعر بردود الفعل الإسرائيلية بعد ساعة من الزمن.
There was a meeting in one of our headquarters, and I tell them, please, get out. Leave it. Just now, he said, you are inviting us for a meeting. He said, please, leave this place directly. I don't know why. Believe me, I don't know why. After 15 minutes from our departure, they bombed.
In a cellar under the rubble, the PLO leaders faced their stark choice.
وكان قد وصل إلى قناعة ياسر عرفات بأنه لا بد من الرحيل، ولكنه كان حريصا في نفس الوقت أن لا يسجل على نفسه بأنه كان الذي أمر برحيل القوات الفلسطينية من لبنان، كان يريد أن يكون القرار جماعيا ويساهم به جميع قادة فصائل الثورة المختلفة.
The price of further defiance was clear.
فكان القرار الصعب والذي أشهد أنا الآن أنه لم يشذ عنه أحد. يعني كل قادة الثورة الفلسطينية في ذلك الحين قالوا نعم.
In the last days of August 1982, thousands of armed Palestinians left Beirut.
يعني الناس حزينة على رحيله، لكن ربما فرح أن الحرب قد تنتهي عند هذا الحد.
כמעט 15,000 איש שגורשו מביירות, דבר ללא תקדים, שארגון טרור שלם על מפקדותיו גורש בעצם מבירתו.
The Israelis had cleared Beirut without having to call on the Christians to fulfill their part of the bargain. Then, in a massive explosion at his party headquarters, Israel's ally Bashir Gemayel was assassinated. The Israeli defense minister became convinced that Palestinian fighters were still operating in Beirut.
אבל הם השאירו מאחוריהם אלפי אנשים, לפחות 2,000 מזוינים. והיה ברור שברגע שהעיר תאוחד, יצטרכו לפעול נגדה.
The Christian militiamen now went into action. While Israeli troops stood by outside, providing light from flares, the phalangists entered the camps of Sabra and Shatila. They found no Palestinian fighters, only old men, women, and children, and they slaughtered them.
חבר הכנסת, תופיק זאב גרבציה.
לא באתי להסביר את הטרגדיה הנוראה הזאת, כי היא שייכת לעולם של יצרים אפלים, לא שלנו, אלא של אלה שביצעו את מעשה הטבח. אני מקווה שיבואו על עונשם.
אני מבקש לך לא לעזור לי, סגן השר גרופר, לא לעזור לי. חבר הכנסת תופיק.
In the largest protest demonstration in Israel's history, 400,000 people voiced their shame at Israel's role in the massacre.
It is true that we lost our base in Beirut, but they lost the war.
Again, the Palestinian Liberation Organization had been driven out of an Arab country. Again, as a result of a combined effort between their Arab hosts and the State of Israel. And Abu Ammar, Yasser Arafat, the great escaper, was on his way to a new exile in Tunis, 2,000 miles from the borders of Israel.
Victory in the war has not brought the hoped-for solution to all the problems in this part of the Middle East. Egypt, for example, declares that she will not reopen the Suez Canal until Israel gives up Arab territory she has conquered, which the Israelis are not prepared to do.
Israel's new Prime Minister, Mrs. Golda Meir, visited troops in the Sinai Desert, not far from the Suez Canal, where the shells continue to fly. He wanted a chance to inspect and talk to the men who are living face to face with the realities of the Middle East situation.
The death of President Gamal Abdel Nasser, after 18 years in power, devastated Egypt and the entire Arab world. His successor, Vice President Anwar Sadat, was considered little more than a caretaker.
Так называемые верные ученики Насера, они считали, что они обеспечат продолжение курса Насера, и что Садат будет выполнять волю большинства.
The funeral was a grand family occasion for the leaders of the Arab states and Nasser's Soviet allies. Nasser had severed relations with America, so the representative from Washington expected to be ignored.
Then a soldier came into the room, weaving his way through the crowd. Apparently, it turned out heading for me.
The soldier led the American away, out of sight of the world's press and the watchful eye of the KGB.
Я профессиональным глазом старался наблюдать как можно больше, увидеть все, хотя это было трудно в этом смятении.
We went down the stairs. The lower floor was darkened, and propped up in the hospital bed was the man who had just inherited the presidency of Egypt.
President Sadat was resting behind the scenes after apparently suffering from heat stroke.
He held out his hand to me. It was cold and rather clammy. He said that he wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to turn a new page in the relationship between our countries.
The next day, Sadat was sufficiently recovered to organize a photo opportunity for the American media.
The United States provide Israel from the loaf of bread to the phantom to the even deficit in the budget itself. So it is the vein of life. Vein of life for Israel goes from the United States.
Sadat wanted the Americans to help him get back the Sinai Desert, the Egyptian land Israel had seized in the Six-Day War. In the 3 years since the war, Israel had established a formidable defense line along the Suez Canal, close to the heart of Egypt. The canal had been closed since the Six-Day War. Sadat now proposed that if Israel moved back a few miles from the canal, he would reopen it, even to ships trading with Israel. Sadat's proposal was designed to appeal to the minority in the Israeli cabinet, including war hero Moshe Dayan, who believed the Sinai should eventually be returned to Egypt.
What we say is that we sit there just because the war is going on. But once you agree to make peace agreement, we don't think that we should sit on your Suez Canal.
But his prime minister was not an advocate of trading land for peace.
You want the Golan Heights. You want East Jerusalem. You want Gaza Strip. And you want Sinai.
In Washington, President Nixon looked for the right person to urge Sadat's proposal on Golda Meir. He chose Joe Sisko.
I can recall the words to this day. He said, "Joe, press Golda. Press her hard, but don't cause a major Donnybrook between Israel and the United States."
But by the time Joe Sisko arrived in Israel, the Prime Minister had cracked the whip over her cabinet rebels.
Golda Meir took it upon herself to do all of the talking. It was interesting to see everyone here, all the ministers, nobody opening their mouth.
What they did to release their tension was sending little notes to each other.
I sent Dayan a chit saying, "Listen, Moshe, I think we can get you some support." He said back a very abrupt reply, saying sarcastically, "Thank you very much. But if Golda is not for this, then I'm not for it either."
Sisko saw that something was happening, that nobody was supposed to speak there, and so he was a very smart negotiator. He asked the Prime Minister whether he's permitted to ask the Minister of Defense one question, a professional question. So what could she say?
I said to him, "Mr. Minister, if we don't do anything, what do you think is going to happen?"
Dayan said, "Well, I cannot imagine that any government will tolerate indefinitely a situation where a strong army is poised at the gates of its capital." He was exaggerating. After all, our forces were at a distance of more than 100 kilometers from Cairo, and this will lead to war.
The Prime Minister was unmoved. But Joe Sisko kept trying.
The next day, I walked up with these flowers, rather gingerly, and she said to me, "Oh, Joe, now you're saying it with flowers. It won't do you any good."
In Cairo, Israel's rebuff almost brought about the downfall of the man who had proposed the initiative, Anwar Sadat. So he tried a tactic more likely to win Arab support.
داخلين معركة حتمية مهما كانت التضحيات ومهما كانت تكاليف هذه المعركة، ولكن لن نسلم في إرادتنا ولا في سنتي من أرضنا ولا الأرض العربية.
I thought of Sadat as a character out of Aida. I didn't take him seriously. he kept making grandiloquent pronouncements. He never acted on them. So I, frankly, thought he was bluffing.
In fact, Kissinger was too preoccupied with the war in Vietnam to give the Middle East his attention, even when, in another Egyptian zigzag, the first substantial Arab peace offer arrived from Sadat.
He wanted Israel to return to the 67 borders, in return for which Egypt would be willing to make peace, which was a big step because no Arab state had as yet ever flatly said that they would make peace. We were in no position to handle that.
ده كلام السادات بيقول يعني كيسنجر قال لحافظ اسماعيل أنا ما أقدرش أتعامل مع المشكلة بتاعتكم وهي مشكلة ما هياش ساخنة، فلما تبقى المشكلة ساخنة أنا ممكن أتدخل.
Sadat drew the obvious conclusion. If it required a crisis to make Washington intervene, he would have to create one.
اجتمع المجلس الأعلى للقوات المسلحة في منزل الرئيس السادات في الجيزة وقال إن إحنا لا أمل إن يكون فيه حل سلمي، والحل السلمي يعني معناها استسلام، وأنا غير مستعد إن أنا أعمل استسلام لإسرائيل. الحل البديل لذلك إن إحنا نحارب.
لو احتليتوا 10 سنتي من شرق القناة واحتفظتوا بيهم أنا أستطيع أن أعمل كل ما يمكن أن تتصوروه سياسيا.
President Sadat then proposed a secret alliance with President Assad of Syria. They agreed to organize a joint attack on Israel. Syria's top generals sailed to Alexandria to meet their Egyptian counterparts.
سافرنا على باخرة روسية وبثياب مدنية، وأنا سافرت بجواز سفر مصري مستعار، أخذت اسم جمال حسن.
Once they arrived, they kept up the subterfuge.
بالليل مع بعض سهرانين في المنتزه وقاعدين بيشربوا وبينبسطوا، الناس بتتفرج عليهم وشايفاهم وفاكره ان الضباط السوريين والضباط المصريين في رحله فسحه واخر انبساط وما بيفكروش في الدنيا وما فيها.
Between dips in the hotel pool, the generals discussed the plans for their joint attack and came up with a clever idea for the date.
لأنه ب 6 أكتوبر بيكون بصادف يوم عيد الغفران، عيد كيبورا، وفي هذا الوقت اليهود بيكونوا مرتاحين ما بيساووا أي شيء.
The Syrians' aim was to recapture the Golan Heights, taken from them in the Six-Day War. To keep Israel's troops tied down, they needed Egypt's forces to advance right across the Sinai. But the Egyptians had their own plan, to limit their advance to territory they could protect with their anti-aircraft missiles.
فبتدي مظلة حماية للقوات بتاعتنا اللي شرق القناة 10-12 كيلو، ونستعيد من ضعف القوات الجوية بعملية حرب محدودة.
Egypt's chief of staff urged his president to stick to their own plan.
وبعدين قال ايه؟ طيب نعمل خطة بحيث ان نعرضها على السوريين. فعملنا الخطة بتاعة التقدم إلى المضايق دي فقط لأنها عشان تعرض على السوريين.
وكانت الاتفاق أن يحتل المصريين منطقة المضايق بيساوي وقف عملياتية 3 أيام، بيعيدوا التنظيم بعدين بينطلقوا. نحن أيضا نحتل الجولان.
The Syrians fell for it. But it would be harder to fool the enemy. Somehow the Egyptians would have to cross the Suez Canal right under the gaze of Israeli troops.
في مسافة بيني وبين العدو 180-200 متر، شايفه وشايفني. طب أفاجئهم إزاي؟ أفاجئهم في النية أخفيها.
كنا بنقوم بأعمال تدريبية علشان نوع من الخداع للمخابرات الإسرائيلية تعطي له انطباع أن احنا بنتمرن على الدفاع عن أنفسنا ضد هجوم محتمل من الجانب الإسرائيلي.
The Egyptian and Syrian presidents also set out to deceive their fellow Arab, Jordan's King Hussein. They claimed Israel was about to attack them.
Sadat and Assad were worried about an attack on Syria that could have one of its hooks come through northern Jordan. In the final analysis, I assured them that as far as we were concerned, no one is going to use our country to attack anyone.
King Hussein smelt a rat. The last time Egypt and Syria had maneuvered him into a war with Israel, he had ended up losing a large slice of his kingdom. So he flew off alone, telling no one he was going to meet the enemy, Prime Minister Golda Meir.
I was very concerned and worried that a state of no peace and no war was going to end us up in serious difficulty.
הנושא היחידי שהועלה בפגישה על ידי חוסיין מלך ירדן הייתה התראה על אפשרות של פתיחת מלחמה על ידי סוריה בהצטרפות מצרים.
The Prime Minister received the king alone, but the head of Israeli intelligence, listening to the tape, heard her dismiss the king's warning as the latest in a series of false alarms.
אחת הסיבות שאנחנו לא קיבלנו את הידיעה הזו ב-100% אמינות הייתה מתוך כך שגם המלך חוסיין עצמו לא דיבר על 100% ביטחון.
She was pretty formidable, pretty adamant in terms of her position.
The Prime Minister refused to cancel any engagements. Israel took no action.
الهجوم كان يوم السبت 6 أكتوبر، وأنا يوم الجمعة رحت عملت زيارة للجبهة، وقفت على الحافة الغربية للقناة وبصيت لقيت ما فيش أي حاجة توحي بأن العدو حس بالعملية الهجوم بتاعتنا، فكنت مبسوط جدا لدرجة أن أنا بعد ما جيت قلت للرئيس السادات، قلت حتى لو عرفوا دلوقتي ما يهمنيش.
It was not till dawn the next day, as most Jews were preparing to go to synagogue for Yom Kippur, that Israeli intelligence finally became convinced that Egypt and Syria would attack within hours. The Israelis heard the call to arms on the radio and from rabbis in their synagogues. At 2 p.m., as civilians were reporting for duty, Egypt opened fire.
والقوات ابتدت تعبر القناة، كانوا بنادي الله أكبر الله أكبر، وهم من الضفة الغربية للضفة الشرقية، كنوع من الإيمان أنهم مصممين على القتال، تحط العلم المصري على سيناء نفسها.
About 6 o'clock, I told my people, my forces, felicitations. The Israelis has lost their balance.
Sadat's armies drove the Israelis from the Suez Canal. Israel's air force tried to retaliate, but failed to break through Egypt's missile cover. The Egyptians advanced 12 kilometers into the Sinai and stopped inside their missile cover, as planned. In the north, Syria's attack also caught Israel off balance. 600 Syrian tanks rolled over Israel's defenses and across the Golan Heights.
We weren't ready today. came from the home, in the middle of Yom Kippur.
So who was here? That was regular soldiers?
Yes, only the regular.
So they must have had a hard time.
Oh yeah, very hard.
Did you have many casualties?
Well, with such things we don't know. He's not allowed to talk about them.
אנחנו צריכים עכשיו להמשיך וללחום בחירוף נפש, בגבורה ובאמונה, כעם שיודע שנלחם על חייו, ואנחנו נלחמים על חיינו.
Israel's defeat appeared imminent. But on the fourth day, the Syrians ran into large Israeli forces. Israel had been able to divert these troops to the Syrian front because the Egyptian army had halted. Syria's president demanded to know why the Egyptians were not advancing through the Sinai, as agreed.
الرئيس الأسد كان يتكلم مع الرئيس السادات أنه نحن ما لنا متفقين على هذا الشيء، وكان طبعا السادات يقول يراوغ في الإجابة.
Syria appealed over Sadat's head to the superpower that was still Egypt's patron. The Soviet Prime Minister came to Cairo to sort things out.
Премьер-министр Косыгин спрашивал его о том, почему он не продолжает освобождение Синайского полуострова, так успешно начав операцию. Он полностью не удовлетворен разговорами с Садатом.
President Sadat yielded to Soviet pressure and gave the order to advance, much to the dismay of his chief of staff.
محكوم عليها بالفشل قبل تنفيذها، ليس فقط بالنسبة للتفوق الجوي والتفوق وعدم وجود دفاع جوي، ولكن أيضا للنسبة العددية.
Now the battle began to swing Israel's way. In 3 hours, they destroyed 250 Egyptian tanks. But Egypt still had 2 armies in the Sinai. The Israelis planned a daring coup. They set out to cut through the gap in the Egyptian lines, create a bridgehead over the canal, and sweep around to isolate the Egyptian Third Army. The architect of the plan was General Ariel Sharon.
חדירה בין הארמיות התנהלה בשקט וכמעט ללא הפרעה. אבל פעולת ההרחבה של אזור הצליחה הייתה כרוכה בקרב קשה ביותר. בסופו של דבר הצלחנו בסביבות 1 בלילה להעביר את כוחות הצנחנים בסירות גומי לצד השני.
The next day, Israeli forces raced across the canal to secure their stranglehold.
עמדתי ממש על שפת התעלה, ראינו בצד השני את העצים, את הירק ואת הטנקים שהולכים. הייתה בהחלט הרגשה מאוד טובה.
Israel's troops were now only hours from Cairo. President Sadat begged the Soviets to arrange a ceasefire.
The Israelis crossed the canal, and about 24 hours later, we got a message from Brezhnev inviting me to come to Moscow.
Обе стороны считали, что поездка Киссинджера в Москву может помочь снять накал, который существовал в этом конфликте.
We thought it would give the Israelis more time if I went to Moscow, because nothing could happen until I got there. While I was in the air, Nixon sent a message directly to Brezhnev saying that I was fully authorized to conclude, but I frankly wanted to stall.
The Soviets were in such a hurry to end the fighting that General Secretary Brezhnev led the talks with Kissinger himself.
Мы настояли на том, что нужно прекращать наступление. Но Киссинджер соглашался, но в то же время он говорил, конечно, прекращать надо вроде, но надо, чтобы и арабы что-то признали, или существование, или какое-то право их.
I told Brezhnev I would carefully communicate everything he said to Washington, but that there had to be some time interval so that I could get the president's views. And he said, no, here's a message. And he gave me power of attorney, that in effect power of attorney that the president had given me, which did not thrill me.
The Secretary of State realized he could stall no longer. There and then, in Moscow, he agreed terms for a ceasefire. He need not have worried. It was another 5 days before the Israelis halted their advance. A day later, the opposing generals met in the desert to work out how to disentangle their forces. It was the first formal meeting of Egyptian and Israeli officers for 25 years.
وبعدين قال نجيب قهوة، قلت له برضه متشكر ما فيش حاجة. طب نجيب أي حاجة تانية أنتوا عاوزينها؟ لا متشكر. وبعدين قال الدنيا برد وأنتم ما عندكوش البلاطي، خدوا بلاطي من عندنا علشان البرد فترة البتاع. قلت له لا متشكر. وخلصت المقابلة الأولى لغاية الفجر.
It was a week before the Egyptian general began to relax.
طلعنا برا والصحراء موجودة كلها رمل، قعدنا على الأرض اللي موجودين، وخريطة حطيناها على الأرض وشوية حجارة بقى من كل ناحية نحطها عليها. وبعدين لما اتناقشت معاه في الموضوع بتاع القوات اللي موجودة في الضفة الغربية،
אמרתי לו, תראה, צריך קודם כל למנוע את החיכוך. ולכן הדרך הכי טובה הייתה שקודם כל אתם תיסוגו מהגדה המזרחית, תפנו את הגדה המזרחית בשטחים שאתם אורזים, תחזרו אחורה, אנחנו נחזור מתוך מצרים אחורה לקווים הקודמים.
اتفقنا على الطرفين. رحت للرئيس السادات وقلت له انه حصل كذا وكذا وكذا، وطبعا كان مرتاح من نتيجة الناحية الإيجابية من الناحية الثانية.
الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر.
The dead were returned to their own people, and supplies allowed through to the trapped Egyptian army. But Sadat wanted more than disengagement. He wanted the Sinai back. So once again, he turned to the Americans.
He came out in military uniforms and said, I need a Kissinger plan. I agreed to do a shuttle and settle it fast, and he said he would make major concessions to make it possible.
The Secretary of State decided the way forward was to bring all parties to a peace conference in Geneva.
I never thought you would kiss a woman.
The Egyptians and Israelis agreed to attend the conference.
I wonder who's kissing her now.
The key now lay with President Assad of Syria.
I had heard he was impossible, but he greeted me with extraordinary politeness and courtesy. And I said, you know, it's amazing. They all accuse you of being so difficult.
فكان كل ما طلب منه كيسنجر تعديل التاريخ يقول له أنا موافق، ويقول له في المكان الفلاني يقول له موافق، يقول له والله كثير على الرئيس متساهل.
I got overconfident and I said, is there anything I should have asked you that I didn't? He said, yes, you didn't ask me whether I'm going to the conference. I said, are you? He said, no.
Kissinger did have some success. He talked the rival armies back to their pre-war positions. But Sadat had still not got back Egypt's lost land, so he pursued with new vigor the Arab demand for a comprehensive peace.
Israel must move on all the fronts, on the Egyptian front, the Syrian front, the Jordanian front, the Palestinian front.
Sadat embraced the cause that lay at the heart of the Arab-Israeli conflict, the Palestinians' demand for their own state.
You see, we are cooperating together. And as we have mentioned, there are three partners: Egyptians, Syrians, and the Palestinians.
2 years later, Israel's voters set back Arab hopes. They elected a leader even more determined than his predecessors to hold on to land occupied by Israel.
What occupied territories? If you mean Judea, Samaria, and the Gaza Strip, they are liberated territories. They are an integral part of the land of Israel.
The new Prime Minister was godfather to the first Israeli boy born in Hebron on the West Bank. He made the building of settlements the first priority of his government. Settlements like the new town of Yamit, where 5,000 Jews lived in the Sinai. This was not a man Sadat would find it easy to do business with.
Sadat is an implacable enemy of Israel. This is also the truth. He is no fool, but he is an enemy.
Sadat's response would write his name indelibly into the history books. He announced he would make a keynote speech to the Egyptian parliament. He invited the leader of the PLO to attend.
Arafat was happy to be in the parliament, and he was happy that Sadat is paying attention to the Palestinian problem.
السادات بعدين ابتعد عن الورق المكتوب وابتدى يتكلم من دماغه كلام آخر. فأنا قلت لوزير الخارجية إسماعيل فهمي الظاهر هو هيرمي قنبلة دلوقتي وقنبلة سياسية.
7 years of frustration boiled up in Sadat. He had tried everything. Now he broke the final Arab taboo.
إنما تسمعني لأنا أقول أمامكم أنني مستعد أن أذهب إلى بيتهم إلى الكنيسة ذات ومناقشتهم.
The idea that Sadat intended to go alone to meet the enemy was too much for most of his audience to take in.
قوبل بتصفيق حاد من جميع أعضاء مجلس الشعب. من ضمن الذين صفقوا للرئيس سادات كان ياسر عرفات، لأنه كان قاعد جنبي مباشرة، يعني ما أقدرش أقول إن أنا شفته من بعيد أو أي شيء.
Sadat had put the ball firmly in Israel's court. At first, Prime Minister Begin did not respond.
סאדאת אמר ברעיון שאם בגין ישלח לו הזמנה ויקבל אותה, הוא מוכן לבוא לירושלים כבר בשבוע הבא.
The next day, the Prime Minister was hosting a lunch at the Hilton Hotel.
ראש המשרד של CBS בארץ, הוא רוצה תגובתו של בגין, הוא היה באמצע אכילת המרק על השולחן הראשי, ואמרתי לו את מה שצריך לומר לו, והוא אומר לי, בסדר, אני אזמין את סאדאת מעל הבמה הזאת.
I invite President Sadat on behalf of the government of Israel to come to Jerusalem and to start negotiations to establish permanent peace between Israel and Egypt.
Before accepting the invitation, Sadat flew to Syria to persuade President Assad that his trip to Jerusalem would not be a betrayal of the Arab cause.
فطلبنا من الرئيس أن يعتقل أنور السادات، تأخذ قرار بالقيادة باعتقاله وعدم سفره إلى مصر.
But the president saw Sadat as his guest and preferred to hear him out first.
الرئيس يحاول أن يثنيه عن عزمه عن السفر.
He told me it will be proved that you are wrong. I said, very well, Assad. This is a sacred mission for me. And if this is going to be the last mission as a president, I shall be very happy to fulfill it.
الرئيس حافظ ما انقنع 7 ساعات متواصلة والرئيس يحاول أن يثنيه عن عزمه
Assad's ministers urged him to act. The Presidential Guard was standing by.
فالرئيس لم يوافق وقال هذا يمس بالأخلاق العربية وبالمناقب العربية أن يعتقد إنسان ضيفه.
President Sadat returned safely to Egypt. 3 days later, he set off for Jerusalem.
كوزير الدفاع بينتابني أفكار كثيرة كلها وحشة، لأنه رايح في جانب العدو اللي لنا ليه 40 سنة أعداء مع بعض، ورايح يقعد وياهم ويبات ليلة عندهم. فدي أنا كنت بفكر فيها أفكار كلها ليست مريحة بالنسبة لي.
והמטוס שלו איחר בכמה דקות. אפילו שמעתי אחד מבכירי אנשי הביטחון הישראלים מביע את הספק, אומר, רגע אחד, אולי פה באמת יש מלכודת. אולי המטוס ינחת בשדה התעופה, ובמקום סאדאת, מהפתח תצא קבוצה של חיילים מתאבדים, ותחסל את כל ההנהגה הישראלית שעומדת על הרציף.
When we arrived in Tel Aviv, it was like I was coming to outer space. It means it was something completely new. I find myself in a car, sitting near Moshe Dayan, and we have to find how to begin a conversation. And I have read in the book that he was interested in archaeology. So I mentioned that I was interested in archaeology, and we begin to talk archaeology.
The Israeli public greeted Sadat's arrival from Egypt as though he were Moses, come again.
ولقد جئت إليكم اليوم على قدمين ثابتتين.
Sadat offered peace, but he was careful not to abandon the other Arab states or the Palestinians.
هناك أرض عربية احتلتها ولا تزال تحتلها إسرائيل بالقوة المسلحة، ونحن نصر على تحقيق الانسحاب الكامل منها بما فيها القدس العربية.
הוא נאם נאום לא פשוט, לא פשוט. עד כדי כך שאני כתבתי פתק לבגין שצריך להיזהר, הוא צריך להתכונן לכל מיני דברים.
יזהר ויצמן, שהיה מאוד מאוד חסיד של השלום, סיפר לי שכששמע את הנאום, והוא היה שר ביטחון, הוא חשב שצריך לגייס מילואים.
The visitors went from the Knesset to a dinner in their honor.
It was a kind of dinner where there was not much talk. The atmosphere was cool.
الرئيس سادات ومستر بيجن حتى كانوا قاعدين ما تبادلوش كلام، مد كتفه للمستر بيجن. فطبعا على طول انا فكرت اني اقابل إزر وايسمان وإيجال يدين في السويت بعد العشاء.
Mustafa Khalil told me we have to do something, otherwise the whole trip will be without any follow-up. What about having a meeting together? I say no objection.
פתאום אני יושב עם נציגים של האויב הכי קשה שלנו במלון המלך דוד, שותה איתם בלק לייבל.
I want to enter directly in the process and mentioning what are the problems of Cairo today and the problems of Egypt, and this is why we need peace.
אמרתי, עכשיו אני רוצה להראות לך משהו. לקחתי אותו לחלון, הסתכלנו על ירושלים, ואמרתי, תסתכל יפה. אתה חושב שאתה יכול לחלק את העיר הזו?
I say the solution is this direct talk with the leadership of Israel, and through this direct talk, direct contact, everything will be solved.
It wasn't that simple. After the trip to Jerusalem, the two sides continued to talk for 7 months.
I'll see you next week or in 2 weeks' time.
But Begin would not give an inch. Sadat confided in the new president of the United States.
Sadat felt that the peace process, instead of having been moved forward, had actually been almost terminated by a fruitless gesture to go to Jerusalem. So he was quite discouraged.
I asked President Carter, the Senate, the Congress, to take their share as full partners in the dispute that's between us and Israel. I'm waiting for this moment.
I found myself isolated from all my advisors. All of them thought that it was a bad idea.
The president decided to undertake Mission Impossible. He set out to resolve 30 years of conflict in a week of talks at the presidential retreat at Camp David.
We arrived by helicopters and we find this kind of small bungalows in the forest. People quite relaxed. People were using bicycles and it was quite strange for us.
Some of the Americans even brought their children. The National Security Advisor challenged Israel's Prime Minister to a game of chess and got a foretaste of his negotiating technique.
I was about to make my first move when he dramatically seized my hand in midair and looked me straight in the eye and said, and he's always very serious and formal, "Dr. Brzezinski, do you know when I played my last chess game?" And quite frankly, I was a little dismayed because I couldn't care less. And he says to me, "September 1940, when the NKVD broke into my hiding place in Vilna to arrest me." So I said to myself, oh my God. And in the midst of the game, Mrs. Begin appears. She looks at us and says, "Oh, the two of you are playing chess. You know, Mr. Brzezinski, Menachem just loves to play. He just loves to play. He plays all the time."
When President Carter brought the two leaders together, Sadat listed the demands his allies and advisers wanted. Not only the return of all the Sinai to Egypt, but also a Palestinian state based in the West Bank with its capital in Old Jerusalem.
Sadat and I both knew that this was not going to be at all acceptable to me or the Israelis.
כולנו קפצנו בתקרה, זה לא רק בגין. כן, זה היה נהיה קשה מאוד. שוב אני אגיד לך שאני לא זוכר בדיוק, רק כולנו כעסנו וכולנו אמר, חבר'ה, זה לא ילך ככה.
They wanted to storm out, to terminate the talks. And I jumped up from the desk where I was sitting and writing and got in the door in front of them. And I wouldn't let them get out of the room until they both agreed to let me try to continue. And after that, the two men never saw each other for the next 10 days.
The incompatibilities between the two sides were so intense that some sort of an American document bridging the gap and extracting from each side those relatively few elements on the part of each side that were of a compromise nature seemed to us to be the only way to proceed.
So I carried the same text back and forth. Begin and Sadat agreed to go with the same text, with brackets and modifications and marginal notes.
Carter's shuttle focused their attention on a clause that would require Israel to give up Gaza and the West Bank to the Palestinians.
Begin simply dug in his heels and says this is totally unacceptable.
As far as he was concerned, this was Greater Israel, Eretz Israel, and they hadn't acquired territory by force. It had always been ordained as part of Israel.
Begin remained intransigent. So Carter persuaded Sadat to give up his demand for a Palestinian state, to the outrage of his advisers.
It was a real shock for us. Our main preoccupation was to avoid a bilateral agreement between Israel and Egypt at the expense of the Palestinians.
But that wasn't enough for the Israelis. They dug in their heels on the Sinai, too.
They say, no. They are refusing to withdraw from the Sinai, that they want to maintain the 3 airports, that they want to maintain the settlements.
The Israelis delegated Moshe Dayan to convince Sadat that he would have to compromise on the Sinai, too.
Dayan told him, Mr. President, if anybody has told you that Israel can leave the Sinai settlements, they are deluding you. President Sadat was so upset that he asked me for airplanes. He said, I'm leaving. If I cannot even get Sinai back, then what is the use of my continuing this peace process?
I asked Sadat if he would go back in his cabin and talk to me. All of his bags were on the front porch. I told Sadat he had betrayed our friendship. He had violated a commitment that he made to me, that he would give me full opportunity to resolve any differences that arose, and that I thought that his peremptory action in leaving without giving me another chance would also seriously and adversely affect the relationships between our two countries.
Sadat unpacked his bags. Carter would have to get the Israeli Prime Minister to yield.
I was about to play tennis. I was dressed in whites. Begin was always dressed as if he was about to go to a funeral. And we went for a walk in the Camp David woods. And he says to me very dramatically, I want you to understand that my right eye will fall out. My right hand will fall off before I ever sign a single scrap of paper permitting the dismantling of a single Jewish settlement.
Prime Minister Begin had taken a solemn oath before God and the Israeli people that he would not dismantle Israeli settlements. So I had to devise an alternative to that so that he would not do it.
Carter urged Begin's advisers to find a way round their Prime Minister's solemn oath.
The only way was to let the Knesset make the decision and not him.
Dayan and Weitzman started speaking up to Begin in Hebrew rather than in English as they did in the past.
ואמרתי לו, תראה, לא ייתכן שנחזור מכאן עם ידיים ריקות. אתם מוכרחים ואנחנו נשתדל בכל אופן למצוא איזושהי דרך ביניים.
Begin's colleagues concluded that the only way to persuade him that dismantling the settlements would not damage him politically was to get the settlers' champion on the phone.
ראש הממשלה מנחם בגין זיכרונו לברכה אמר לי שיש קשיים במשא ומתן בנושא היישובים היהודיים בסיני. איך אני רואה את הדבר? אני עניתי לו במשפט אחד, אני אתמוך בכל החלטה שתקבל.
Prime Minister Begin's phone call opened the way for a White House ceremony. The Knesset voted to dismantle the Sinai settlements. Egypt became the first Arab state to recognize Israel's right to exist. Israel gave back the Sinai.
Let's have a handshake before we make...
Sadat and Begin were awarded the Nobel Peace Prize.
I'm so proud of both of you. God bless you.
While we have the ceremony and the different speeches and the different signature, we were listening to the Palestinians, which were outside, and was just shouting to remind us that the Palestinian problem have not been solved.
The peace with Israel that Sadat concluded has lasted to this day. But the Arab peoples and their leaders did not forgive Sadat. 2 years later, at a military display in Cairo, Islamic extremists assassinated Anwar Sadat.
The 50 Years' War, Noah Percy's acclaimed 1998 documentary, continues next on BBC 4.
The Israelis came 1,500 miles, scored a direct hit on the PLO headquarters based in Tunis, and only just missed the PLO leader, Yasser Arafat. It was a revenge raid by the Israelis following last week's attack on an Israeli yacht in Cyprus. 3 people were killed by a PLO unit from Tunisia.
As a matter of principle, it's our view that it is legitimate self-defense to respond appropriately to acts of terrorism.
A plane load of Israelis arriving at Heathrow Airport had no idea that amongst them was their foreign minister on a top-secret mission.
אני באתי מחופש בפיה נוכרית ומשקפיים ועברנו את הבדיקה בשדה התעופה באופן די מהיר, אם כי הבודקים שאלו אותי אם אני באתי להולידיי או לביזנס. אני לא ידעתי בדיוק מה להשיב. בסוף אמרתי ביזנס.
The foreign minister's business was to find a way to end 40 years of conflict between Israel and the Arabs. That same day, King Hussein of Jordan piloted his own plane into London. He had been invited to meet Peres by a mutual friend.
I had many questions in my mind about it, but he didn't give me any detail. He just told me that he had contacts with Peres, which were a beginning of talk about what could be done.
The British lawyer, Lord Mishcon, had provided the meeting place and given his staff the day off.
חוסיין יצא אומר, בואו נלך לשטוף את הכלים. אני כמובן מיד הסכמתי, אבל הגברת משכון סירבה בכל תוקף. היא לא יכלה לעלות על דעתה שמלך ילך וישטוף את הכלים אצלה בבית.
They now settled down to work out how to get the warring parties together. The Arab states would not sit down with Israel without the Palestinians. But Israel considered the PLO terrorists and refused to talk to them.
We discussed the impasse. The problem was how to get the Palestinians to the negotiating table against Israeli opposition, against American opposition.
חוסיין אמר לי, הדבר הכי חכם שתעשו זה תכירו באש"ף. אם תתחילו להכיר באש"ף, תראו שהם לא יכולים לנהל איתכם משא ומתן.
Instead, they came up with a way to sideline the PLO, which they thought they could get past the Arab states.
רק אותם הפלסטינאים שמקבלים את 242, 338, כלומר למעשה זה צריכה להיות בלי אש"ף.
I had a bit of time to think about it, and at the same time to see if I had any last thoughts before such a monumental decision was taken. And then I decided, all right, fine, we'll go.
For the first time, an Arab and an Israeli leader had agreed a blueprint for an international peace conference. Back in Israel, Shimon Peres faced a difficult meeting with his prime minister, Yitzhak Shamir. Peres's moderate Labour Party governed in a coalition that straddled the divide of Israeli politics. Shamir and his Likud party thought that what the foreign minister was up to would lead to trading land for peace and endanger Israel's existence.
הוא בא ואמר שהנה הוא קרוב להסכמה עם חוסיין, והנושא היה ועידה בינלאומית. ועידה בינלאומית בשבילי היום, אני יודע, זה היה כמו, אומרים במונחים היסטוריים יהודיים, כמו חזיר בהיכל.
Shamir feared Israel would be outnumbered by the Arab states at the conference. Peres assured him the conference would quickly adjourn into talks with each Arab state separately, and the PLO would not be invited.
אבל אמרתי, תשאיר את זה, אני אקרא את זה, אז אני אעיין בזה.
אמרתי לו, לא, אני לא יכול להשאיר לך את הנייר, מפני שאם זה ידלוף, ויש סכנה שזה ידלוף, לא ממך או ממשרדך, העניין יתפוצץ. הנייר הזה צריך להופיע כנייר אמריקאי.
Peres and King Hussein had agreed only America had the clout to get all the parties to attend. So Peres had sent the plan to the Secretary of State.
What he proposed now was that I take this on board as my proposal and then present it to the Israeli government.
ואז ראיתי סכנה בעצם בואו של שולץ. ואז מצאתי דרך לשלוח אליו את מישה ארנס.
And I told Schultz very plainly that the subject of the international conference was a subject of divided opinion in Israel, mainly between the Likud and the Labour Party, and that if he were to come to Israel to provide his support for the agreement that Peres had arrived at, he would be entering Israeli domestic politics. And he said, I'm not going to make the trip.
Desperate not to let go of his breakthrough, Peres persuaded Shamir to hear the king's arguments for himself. The king invited Shamir and his colleagues to his house on the outskirts of London for the weekend.
ששמיר וחוסיין, שאגב הם באותו גובה שניהם, וזה אולי גם זה תרם לכימיה בין שניהם. הייתה כימיה.
The king began by frankly explaining his position.
הוא היה מלא ביקורת על האמריקאים. הם אינם עוזרים לו. הם מבטיחים ולא מקיימים. לאחר הסכמי קמפ דיוויד הם הבטיחו שבמוקדם אנחנו נחזיר את כל השטחים שלקחנו. וזה לא קרה. חשבתי לעצמי, אני יודע מי אשם בזה.
He was very blunt. There was not very much room for putting any of the ideas or hopes or aspirations that I had in mind.
סירבנו לחלוטין, אפילו לדון על הוועידה הבינלאומית.
So there wasn't much that we could really speak about or agree about.
והייתי בא בלילה לירושלים, ומחת בבוקר הייתי מופיע בישיבת הממשלה, ואיש לא ידע מה עשיתי ביום לפני כן.
We got a report from that meeting from Shamir, who was very happy about it. The king was so courteous. He served a kosher meal. He listened to me, and he was warm, and so on. We got a report from King Hussein, who said, well, we had the meeting and it was terribly discouraging because it's obvious to me that the Prime Minister is not willing to give any ground at all.
Prime Minister Shamir had rejected a real chance to negotiate with moderate Arabs rather than the PLO. And the Palestinians, squeezed into the slums of the Gaza Strip for the last 20 years under Israeli rule, were no nearer to the return of their homeland. Their patience lasted only 8 more months. On the 8th of December 1987, an Israeli vehicle hit a car carrying 4 Palestinian laborers. This changed everything.
أنه كافة ركاب السيارة قتلوا في هذا الحادث، وكان في اعتقاد أنه هذا الحادث متعمد من قبل السائق الإسرائيلي.
Angry crowds soon gathered. An 18-year-old Palestinian threw a stone at some Israeli soldiers. They fired back. The boy died. The Israeli security forces stepped up their presence in the occupied territories. A group of young activists now seized the opportunity to prepare a leaflet to turn the riots into an uprising.
وفي الصباح الباكر كان النداء جاهز، كنا محضرين سيارات لكل المناطق. سيارات طلبنا فيها نساء حوامل وأطفال حتى نمررها عن إيرز ونمررها عن الحواجز المختلفة.
The leaflet called for Palestinian workers to go on strike and for shopkeepers to shut their businesses. The Intifada had begun. Yasser Arafat and the PLO leadership, in exile in Tunis, learned about the Intifada from the television news.
It is the resistance and the revolution of all our children, or our women, or our people, or our men. This is the accumulation of the revolution.
عدم معرفة من الذي وراء يثير القلق، فكانت المسألة تدخل في جانب الحذر واضح جدا. كنا جميعا بدنا نعرف مين.
In Tunis, at the other end of the Mediterranean, the PLO leaders could provide little day-to-day guidance as the Intifada, which began in Gaza, spread to East Jerusalem and throughout the West Bank. The Palestinian flag, an illegal symbol under Israeli rule, began to appear all over the occupied territories.
فئات اجتماعية برجوازية أصبح لديها مصلحة أنها تشارك في هاي الانتفاضة. هذا بالنسبة إلا أعطانا نفس.
To keep the Intifada going, one young activist sought guidance from Faisal Husseini, the head of one of the oldest Palestinian families. He had spent the last few years in and out of Israeli jails for his political activities.
قلت له ما يلي: علينا أن نستمر في هذه الانتفاضة على ما هي. لا تستخدموا أي سلاح أكثر. لا تستخدموا الأسلحة النارية. نحن نحاول بقدر الإمكان أن نلزم الإسرائيليين باستخدام أقل ما يمكن من التكنولوجيا في أسلحتهم مع أكبر عدد من الجنود.
The strategy of minimum force caught the Israelis off guard.
We are facing now a new form of warfare against us. It means the attempt to destroy our existence by violent demonstrations.
The Israelis tried to break the morale of the protesters by mass arrests and by blowing up the homes of convicted terrorists.
It is not a nice picture to witness blowing a house. I forced myself to be with the soldiers, understanding that they feel as I feel.
When the cabinet met, it was apparent the Intifada was putting new strains on the coalition.
אריק שרון ביקש את רשות הדיבור. השורה התחתונה של הרעיונות שהעלה, השורה התחתונה הייתה, אדוני ראש הממשלה, או הממשלה צריכה לתת הוראה לצה"ל לחסל את האינתיפאדה. צה"ל ימצא את הדרך.
היו שרים בתוך הקבינט שהשמיעו הצעות מצמררות, אני אפילו לא רוצה לחזור עליהן. הגיעו עם הצעות להכניס טנקים פנימה, לפתוח באש, ושאחרי שירגו 1,000 הראשונים, אף אחד לא ירים את הראש, ולנו היו ברור ש1,000 הראשונים מכניסים את מדינת ישראל, לא רק גורמים שפך דם מיותר, אלא מחמירים את המצב, מכניסים את מדינת ישראל למצב בלתי אפשרי, והופכים אותנו לפושעי מלחמה.
The cabinet rejected these extreme measures, but told the defense minister, Yitzhak Rabin, to toughen up his act.
הוא עמד בפני החיילים ואמר להם, רבותיי, החיילים, תפסיקו לעמוד ממול, תסתערו על המפגינים בכוח, בידיים או בעלות, ופשוט תקו כדי שההפגנה תתפזר.
The defense minister told his soldiers to break bones. Scenes like this were broadcast around the world.
They are facing the punishment of the Israelis by their hands, by their stones, not more. Till now, in all over the occupied territories, in every town and village or refugee camp, in all the demonstrations, no one had used a gun or a hand grenade.
Abu Jihad, the PLO's military leader in Tunis, now controlled the Intifada. Three months into the Intifada, a PLO attack on a bus killed 3 Israelis. This gave Israel an opportunity to boost flagging morale and strike at the very heart of the enemy.
אלה היו דיונים סודיים במסגרת הקבינט. כל פעולה שנעשתה על ידי הצבא, על ידי המודיעין, מעבר לגבול, זה הובא לקבינט לאישור.
מישהו מגורמי הביטחון סיפר מה היה תפקידו של אבו ג'יהאד. הוא היה מספר 2 באש"ף, כך הוא סיפר, וגם שהוא היה אחראי לכל הפעילות נגד ישראל בשטחים.
The cabinet approved a plan to assassinate Abu Jihad. The foreign minister argued that this would destroy any chance of peace talks.
תראה, מה זה חשוב מה הייתה דעתי? אני נושא באחריות. אם אני משתתף, נאמר, בדיון, ואפילו אני לא מסכים לפרט כזה, ומתקבלת החלטה, ואני נשאר חבר ממשלה, אני נושא באחריות. אבל כן, אני לא רוצה להתארץ, ולא רוצה להצטדק, ולא רוצה להסתייג.
A month later, an elite Israeli commando unit landed on a beach in Tunis. Mossad agents guided them to the home of Abu Jihad.
سمعت الصوت وناس لما دخلت البيت عملت ضجيج وصرخة، يعني عملوا صراخ وعملوا ضجيج طبعا، وأنا فقت من النوم مذعورة يعني. بس شفت أول منظر شفنا يعني 3 أشخاص ملتمين، وطبعا حاملين رشاشات، وهجم أول واحد هجم مسلح أطلق النار على أبو جهاد. طبعا وقع المسدس من إيده انكسر وأصيب في كل إيده في قلبه. وأنا صرت أصرخ وأنادي يا جيران، يا عالم، يا شرطة، يا بوليس، كل الناس الحقونا تعالوا يعني. بس مع الأسف يعني ما حدش رد ولا حدش تجاوب. بعدين النضال كان بليز بس
תראה, אבו ג'יהאד זה היה חלק במלחמה הזאת. אבו ג'יהאד היה אחד ממנהיגי האינתיפאדה. אמנם הוא לא היה בארץ באותה תקופה, הוא לחם נגדנו. הוא לחם והיה אחד המצביעים שעצם שמו היה מעורר התלהבות וכן הלאה. טוב, והוא נפל, כמו שנפלו אחרים, כמו שנפלו אצלנו אנשים. שום דבר, לא ראיתי בזה שום דבר מיוחד.
An eye for an eye. But it did not stop the Intifada.
ב-88, 40 שנה למדינת ישראל, היו חגיגות גדולות והיה מפגן צבאי גדול מאוד ומרשים. יום למחרת או יומיים אחרי זה הסתובבתי בשכם ונתקלתי במקרה, נפגשתי עם קבוצת נערים, לבטח זורקי אבנים, שמאוד מצא חן ביניהם שפתאום הם רואים את אלוף הפיקוד, קצין הצבא הבכיר, שאותו הם רואים מדי פעם בטלוויזיה. ונוצר איזו שיחה. אחד הדברים שככה היו מעניינים, זה שאומר לי נער צעיר, תראה, אתמול ראיתי את ה-F-16 שלכם, את ה-F-15 בשמיים, אתם כל כך חזקים, יש לכם הרבה כוח, אבל מה אתם עושים כנגד זורק האבן על הקרקע? לזה אין לכם תשובות. ועל כן, כאן תמונה הבעיה. זאת עוצמתנו שלנו, הילדים.
You know that if you beat them and shoot them and do whatever you want to them, they won't stop. We train to fight against the other soldiers. And now we fight against the people. It's difficult.
Increasingly, Israelis asked whether they could rule more than 1 million Palestinians in the occupied territories forever.
We can't solve this problem. It's the government, it's the politician have to solve the problem, not we are.
As the differences in Israeli society widened, Shimon Peres's Labour Party quit the coalition government, leaving Shamir's Likud party in charge. The Intifada had strengthened the hand of the Palestinians, but for how long? In Tunis, one PLO leader discussed with a colleague what to do next.
فقلت له هيك جلسنا جلسة لوحدنا قلت له الآن سأكلمك شيء لم يحصل أن كلمتك فيه من قبل أريد أن أدخل معك في المحرمات مباشرة هل أنت مستعد للدخول معي في ذلك؟ قال تفضل أنا جاهز.
The PLO had been created to reclaim all of Israel for the Palestinians. Now Abu Mazen suggested they must be realistic. The only way to get back Gaza and the West Bank was to give up their claim to the whole country.
قلت له ما رأيك بالاعتراف بالقرار 242338 قال لي موافق.
Yasser Arafat accepted an astonishing reversal of policy. It took months to persuade the other PLO leaders to go along with it. The next step was to ask the Americans to open the way to negotiations with Shamir. But the Americans laid down one important condition. Yasser Arafat, the world's most famous guerrilla leader, would have to renounce terrorism.
He's got to get up in front of a television camera in some public way and say, for everybody to see him saying it out of his own mouth, these things.
The UN General Assembly gathered in Geneva for a special session to hear Arafat. But not all the factions of the PLO had chosen the path of negotiation.
الجبهة الشعبية لم تعترف بأي شكل من الإشكال بإسرائيل ولا بقرار 242. هذا موضوع كتير أساسي بالنسبة لي.
Arafat's UN speech would be a difficult balancing act.
I hereby once more declare that I condemn terrorism in all its forms.
That was for the Americans. And in a pattern that was to punctuate the whole speech, the next phrase was for the PLO radicals.
And at the same time, salute those sitting before me in this hall, who, in the days when they fought to free their countries from the yoke of colonialism, were accused of terrorism.
He concluded his speech, convinced he had pleased everyone.
I reviewed it with President Reagan, who was following this closely. And I said, well, Mr. President, in one part of his statement, he said, unk, unk, unk. And the other part of his statement, he said, kull, kull, kull. But nowhere did he say uncle. So, no, it's not satisfactory.
Word soon came through the Americans had rejected the Balancing Act. Arafat's closest advisers implored him to say exactly what Shultz demanded.
كان واضح إلي بأنه عرفات في نفسه صراع قوي ماذا يفعل يقول أو لا يقول يماطل أو يذهب مباشرة ليعلن الكلام الذي مطلوب منه.
The next morning, Arafat called a press conference.
I repeat for the record that we totally and absolutely renounce all forms of terrorism.
I view this development as one more step toward the beginning of direct negotiations between the parties, which alone can lead to such a peace.
But Israel's prime minister was unimpressed.
שהוא עשה מין תנועת ביטול כזאת. אין לזה שום משמעות. פשוט לא כדאי לבזבז זמן על ניתוח הדברים שאמר ערפאת.
We cannot trust them. They are criminals, they are liars, they are enemies of our people.
The Americans had moved the PLO to the negotiating table. To bring Israel there would require another twist in the plot. It came 18 months later from an unexpected quarter. Iraq's president, Saddam Hussein. On the 2nd of August 1990, Saddam's army invaded Kuwait. The Americans set out to build a coalition to eject him. The most difficult to win over was President Assad of Syria, a militant Arab nationalist. His support was essential to carry Arab opinion. President Bush himself set out to woo him.
President Assad made very clear to me that he blamed Israel for everything. I'm not sure he blamed him for Iraq going into Kuwait, but he got almost everything. Everything was all about Israel.
The first point he said to President Bush is not to use double standard. Now, Iraq is occupying Kuwait. The Security Council passed many resolutions requesting Iraq to withdraw completely from Kuwait. We have resolutions relevant to the Arab-Israeli conflict, requesting Israel to withdraw from the Arab-occupied territories.
I made clear to him that we didn't want to link any Middle East peace process talks to whipping Saddam Hussein. But I made clear to him also that we would be involved in trying to be a catalyst for peace for Arabs and Israelis.
3 months later, the American-led coalition celebrated victory over Iraq.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States!
President Bush honored his promise to Syria.
We must do all that we can to close the gap between Israel and the Arab states and between Israelis and Palestinians. There can be no substitute for diplomacy. The time has come to put an end to Arab-Israeli conflict.
The idea was the president, at the height of his prestige, sending the Secretary of the State, at the height of his prestige, to the Middle East, and what we basically hoped was that no one would have the nerve to say no to the United States at that moment.
President Bush instructed Secretary of State James Baker to persuade Arabs and Israelis to attend a peace conference. His key targets were the Palestinians, the Syrians, and the Israelis.
Well, the whole idea that we came up with was to give the Arabs what they needed and give the Israelis what they needed.
The bone of contention between Israel and Syria was the Golan Heights, captured by Israel 20 years earlier. In Damascus, Baker suggested to President Assad that if he came to the conference, Israel might negotiate a withdrawal from the Golan Heights. This was not what the Syrians thought they had been promised.
We are not negotiating whether the Golan would come back or not, whether part of it would stay under the Israeli control or not. The whole of the Syrian Golan should come back to Syria.
Having got nowhere with the Syrians, Baker then tried to tempt Yitzhak Shamir to the peace conference.
I remember saying it's going to be one big meeting that is going to lead then to bilateral negotiations, so that the Israeli government could say, well, this is really not an international conference.
לא העליתי בדעתי שאנחנו נסכים לשבת על יד שולחן אחד ולנהל משא ומתן עם אנשי ארגוני הטרור.
To appease Shamir, Baker promised he would not invite the PLO to any conference. So he asked to meet Intifada leaders from the occupied territories.
فيما يتعلق بمنظمة التحرير الحياة كان موقفنا إنه ضد يعني هذا اللقاء، وهذا اللقاء لا يمكن أن ينتج عنه شيء لمصلحة القضية الفلسطينية.
لهؤلاء الناس الأغلبية كانت تقول إنه أمريكا تريد هؤلاء في الداخل قيادة بديلة لمنظمة التحرير.
For 5 nights, Abu Mazen urged the PLO leadership to let Palestinians from the occupied territories meet Baker. Finally, Yasser Arafat decided he had nothing to lose.
Only it is a meeting. استطلاعية يعني إيش؟ Exploratory meeting, nothing more.
If things would proceed positively, then the leadership would take the credit. If things did not work out, then we as individuals would take the blame.
When the Palestinians met Baker at the American consulate in Jerusalem, the PLO laid down one condition. Each must carry a letter signed by Yasser Arafat.
I said to him, Mr. Secretary, this meeting could not have taken place without the authorization of President Arafat personally. And I took the letter out of my pocket, showed it to him.
I reminded them that the PLO, their organization and their chairman had made a serious mistake in backing Saddam Hussein in the Gulf War.
وجلس بهذا الشكل وواجهنا وكأنه نوع من الصراع. من جهتي كان الجواب بأنني تحركت أنا أيضا على الطرف الآخر من كرسي بهذا الشكل، وبالتالي كنا في مواجهة بعض كالديوك المتصارعة، ولكن بشكل حضاري لنقول.
He was so angry and said, even if you're angry, what can you do? We don't have assets in bank to be frozen by you. We don't have airlines to be grounded by you. We don't have anything in the world that you can threaten us with. So court us, and we're willing to play positively, but as a major player.
The Palestinians refused to repudiate the PLO, and Baker knew this would be unacceptable to Shamir. After 12 weeks of shuttle diplomacy, Baker was stuck.
The only leverage a Secretary of State has in this kind of situation is the ability to blame one party or the other for the collapse of the peace process.
Baker came and told President Assad, it is your position, it is very important. I mean, if you accept, if you feel that this is good for you, and you accept the American initiative, then the whole world will stand by Syria and will put the blame on Israel.
President Assad took the bait.
I'm pleased to report that Syria has agreed to the proposals that we have made, including coming to a peace conference.
It was an amazing breakthrough. Full of confidence, Baker returned to Israel.
There was no way that an Israeli prime minister could appear to be less interested in peace than a Syrian president, especially when the Syrian president accepted coming to this conference on terms that were essentially defined by Israel.
But Shamir put more obstacles in Baker's path. Every time the American team arrived in the Middle East, Israel announced the construction of a new Jewish settlement in the occupied territories, land the Arabs claimed was theirs. This enraged the Arabs. Each new Jewish home made Israeli withdrawal more difficult. Furious, Baker went public.
It is easier to obstruct peace than it is to promote it, and that the establishment of these settlements certainly does not help the efforts of those of us who are interested in peace.
The Palestinian reaction was predictable.
I remember Faisal Husseini, at almost every meeting, he would pull out this map.
جلبت له 3 خرائط للضفة الغربية وغزة. واحدة منها تمثل الوضع في الضفة الغربية وغزة قبل عام 1967. الأخرى تمثل الوضع الحالي وقد امتدت فيها المستوطنات واتخذت لونا خاصا على الخارطة.
And I finally said, Faisal, let's talk about what's important here. Let's talk about how we're going to get a negotiation going. Because if we don't, we're going to keep meeting like this, and pretty soon you're going to bring me a map that's totally orange.
He actually told us you have no other alternative. He said, name any way in which you can stop settlements, other than through the peace process.
The Palestinians were afraid to say yes without permission from the PLO in Tunis. A meeting of the Palestine National Council was called.
اجا الوفد الفلسطيني وسأل بيكر في عودة قال لهم لا. طيب كويس. في دولة قال لهم لا. طيب في تقرير مصير قال لهم لا. طب في منظمة تحرير موجودة بالوفد حتى تدافع عن قضيتنا قال لهم لا. أنا عم بجاوب جد. وأخي أبو عمار يعرف إنه الأجوبة حتى هذه اللحظة دقيقة وأنها لا لا لا.
قلت هذه الجملة: إن لم نفعل ذلك سيمر مرة أخرى أمام المحطة، لكنه سيمر مسرعا، وبالتالي لربما لا تتاح لنا فرصة صعوده مرة أخرى.
I said we don't want to be passive victims of history. We want to challenge, to intervene, to intrude, to participate and to present our own narrative, to speak for ourselves. And this is a forum.
It was a forum Arafat himself had wanted to attend. Reluctantly, he agreed that the team from the occupied territories, not the PLO, would represent the Palestinians. But Yitzhak Shamir had a final card up his sleeve. He asked the Americans to guarantee a loan of $10 billion to help absorb the Soviet immigrants who were now pouring into Israel.
I don't want to interfere in the American interior affair, but I would like to inform everybody that not to forget that they are using these billions in building more illegal settlements on our land.
זו הייתה הדרך שלנו לבנות את המדינה שלנו. מה האידיאל הציוני? לרכז את העם היהודי בארץ הקטנה הזאת. ובשביל זה אנחנו צריכים להקים יותר ויותר יישובים קטנים וגדולים. ומה זה התנחלויות? זה לבנות יישובים. לא יותר מזה. לא על חשבון הערבים. לא על אדמות שלהם.
The Americans were unable to stop the Israelis building settlements. To save the conference, the president delayed the loan. Shamir played his ace, the Jewish vote in America.
I was approached by the leaders of some of the biggest Jewish organizations. A Republican was head of AIPAC, which is a very strong American-Israel political action committee. And he told me that I was making a huge mistake politically.
President Bush took on the Israeli lobby.
For the first time in history, the vision of Israelis sitting with their Arab neighbors to talk peace is a real prospect. Nothing should be done that might interfere with this prospect. And if necessary, I will use my veto power.
ראינו בטלוויזיה את עמדת נשיא ארצות הברית, שהייתה מאוד חריפה, הפעם נגד יהודי ארצות הברית. טוב, אני התרגזתי. זה פגע בי. כמו שזה פגע, אני בטוח, בהרבה אנשים אחרים.
Bush had faced down Shamir. A few weeks later, everyone, Israelis, Arabs, Americans and Russians, assembled in the Spanish capital, Madrid. For the first time, Palestinians were invited to sit at the top table.
Today we have made a major step forward. There is a recognition of the Palestinian national identity. The Palestinians are speaking out for themselves for the first time in history.
The delegates gathered at the Royal Palace.
I will never forget the emotion I felt when, with Gorbachev next to me, we walked into this room in Madrid, and there, across the table, sat Arabs and Israelis. We come to Madrid on a mission of hope. To begin work.
Everyone expected each Middle East delegation to be led by its foreign minister. But Shamir had a better idea.
חשבתי לעצמי, אולי חשוב שלמדריד אני אעשה.
Yitzhak Shamir had devoted his life to fighting for Israel, doing whatever he thought necessary to establish, maintain and defend the state. As he got up to speak, the conference waited to hear if he was now ready to lay down the sword.
I could go on and recite a litany of facts that demonstrate the extent to which Syria merits the dubious honor of being one of the most oppressive, tyrannical regimes in the world. But this is not what we have come here for.
He attacked Syria bitterly and accused Syria of being on the list of terrorism. And I was very angry.
I looked over and I saw Farouk Shara's face, who he just froze. And he called one of his aides over.
The aide pulled something out of his pocket.
So immediately, his face changed and he smiled. He said, okay, go back. I will write my speech. I told him, Mr. Minister, it's 15 minutes left. Yesterday we spent 7 hours to prepare your speech. He said, don't worry, I will write headlines.
So I lay aside my prepared speech and said openly, he is the last one to have the right to speak about terrorism because he himself was a wanted terrorist.
I shall just show you
if I may, a photograph, an old photograph of Mr. Shamir. Why was this picture distributed? It was distributed because he was wanted. He helped in the assassination of Count Bernadotte, the UN mediator in Palestine, as I recall, in 1948. He kills peace mediators.
I remember the faces of the Israeli delegation. They were colorless.
عندما كان عمره 32 عاما. المعلومات هي موزعة في أوروبا في ذلك الوقت.
The Palestinians joined in the attempt to humiliate Shamir. How could they demonstrate that he was sitting down with the PLO in all but name?
So I said the only thing that symbolizes Palestinians is the black and white kufiya, which President Arafat wears all the time. So I decided to put it in my shoulder. And the angle of my seat came directly looking Shamir on the eye. It was engineered by God. It was just perfect. And I looked at him and I said to him, I nodded in my head, I said, he shook his head like this. I smiled. Really, he went this way. So I winked to him. And he said, just do this. And then after the session was over, everyone is surrounding me. So I said, why the sensitivities? We are the key to peace, to your peace process as Palestinians. And you must realize the new facts of life.
Amid mutual recrimination, the conference broke into one-to-one talks between Israel and the Arab states.
אז התקדמנו משני עבריו של השולחן גדול באמצע, והתיישבנו כולנו קפואים כמו רובוטים. ואז האמריקאי והרוסי סגרו את הדלת, והיה לי רושם שהם ברחו מהר כל עוד נפשם בהם, משום שלא רצו להיות נוכחים במעמד כזה.
It was difficult, half an hour. For me, for example, this will be the first time I sit face to face with the Israelis.
מהתביעה הסורית, שאנחנו נאמר משהו שמהווה התחייבות לנסיגה מרמת הגולן. אנחנו לא הסכמנו להיכנס לתוך הסד הזה.
The withdrawal should not be a question for negotiation. The withdrawal is either there would be a withdrawal, full withdrawal, or there would be no peace.
אומר, אני חשבתי שבאנו לכאן על פי מתכונת שונה לחלוטין ממה שיוצא מדבריך. המתכונת היא שטחים תמורת שלום. ואני לא שמעתי בכל הנאום שלך את המילה נסיגה, כיוון שהיא מילת המפתח. אם אתם נסוגים, יהיה שלום.
America had finally brought the warring parties to the conference table. But it would take a new prime minister before Israel would seize this opportunity. On the 23rd of June 1992, Yitzhak Rabin was elected. His government would bring Israel and Syria to the brink of peace.
Jeremy Bowen's documentary from 2008 examines the events leading up to the Israeli War of Independence in 1949 and its impact on Jewish-Arab relations. The Birth of Israel, watched now on BBC iPlayer.
Yitzhak Rabin is the hawk promising peace to Israel. His stunning election victory, bringing Labour back to power, is based on a promise to revive the peace talks with the Arabs and create Palestinian autonomy, and to go for swift results.
I believe that agreement will be reached within less than 1 year. In less than 1 year.
Israel's old enemy, Yasser Arafat, still claimed to lead the Palestinian people. But exiled in Tunis, he was cut off from his homeland and excluded by the Israelis from the peace negotiations in Washington. In London, in December 1992, a man from Tunis was on an assignment for Arafat's Palestine Liberation Organization.
لم يسبق لي قبل ذلك التاريخ أن التقيت مع أي شخص إسرائيلي على الإطلاق. وكنت دائما طيلة الطريق ألتفت إلى الخلف وإلى اليمين وإلى اليسار خشية أن يراني أحد.
The Israeli was waiting for him at this hotel. He was an academic with close connections to his country's new Labour government.
זה היה רגע של אמת ורגע של מתח גדול מאוד. ההחלטה להיפגש איתו הייתה החלטה לעבור על החוק.
The Israelis' cover for meeting a member of a banned terrorist organization was provided by a fellow social scientist from Oslo.
I simply suggested that Hirschfeld and myself had breakfast, and then that when Abu Allah arrived in the lobby, I should simply discreetly slip away from the table and Abu Allah should take my place.
كان الحديث عام حول يعني هذا الصراع ويعني عدم وجود أي نهاية لهذا الصراع، وهذا صراع ممتد منذ مطلع هذا القرن. إذن كيف يمكن أن يحل؟
PLO headquarters in Tunis awaited his report.
فاجاني ابو علاء وقال لي هيك الحكايه. قلت له روح. قال له وين اروح؟ قلت له روح، يعني اذا طلبوك روح مره ثانيه. قال لي انا شو بدي اسوي مع هدول الناس يعني؟ قلت له اكيد في شيء وراه.
Behind the secret Israeli approach was an effort to save the peace talks in Washington, where a delegation of Palestinian academics and notables had so far failed to reach agreement with the Israelis. Bypassing this delegation to talk directly to the PLO was thought by some in Israel to be a way round the deadlock. But the PLO did not speak for all Palestinians. The fundamentalist group Hamas, demanding the release from jail of their leader, kidnapped an Israeli police officer, then murdered him.
We have to take a measure that will speak not by words, but by deeds.
Rabin ordered Israeli security forces to round up and deport 415 Palestinian activists. They were taken from the towns and villages which the Palestinian delegates in Washington represented.
If they do deport the Palestinians this morning, then I don't think the Israeli delegation tomorrow morning will find a Palestinian delegation to negotiate with. The public opinion at home was, boiling. It was so volatile that we knew we couldn't proceed with the discussions, with the negotiations.
The Palestinian delegation walked out of the Washington talks. Arafat now had no links to the Israelis. He sent for the Norwegian social scientist who had set up the secret breakfast in London.
Arafat told me that the talks in Washington were completely stuck, and that was why he felt there was a need of a back channel, and thought that the research institute in Oslo, which I was heading, should be the sort of front organization for the talks, because both the PLO and Israel needed deniability for having such talks.
وشبكة الصنارة وبدأت قناة أوسلو.
كنت أذكر أول مرة إنه جئنا إلى أوسلو، كنا نذهب إلى البوليس لأنه أنا جيت لا معي فيزا ولم أجد حدا بنتظرني ولم حدا أخذنا على الVIP، وأمضينا أكثر من ساعتين أمام شباك رجل الأمن النرويجي.
We had to be so careful that we did not even inform the Norwegian secret police about their arrival.
Abu Ala, with 2 fellow Palestinians, was driven through the snow to a country mansion near Oslo. Here, he and the Israeli professor got down to brass tacks.
אני ניסיתי להסביר לאבו עלה שנורא חשוב להתמקד בנושאים שהיה לנו אינטרס משותף ולדחות בינתיים באופן מוחלט הצידה כל נושא שהיה בו ניגוד אינטרסים או היה עמדות מאוד סותרות זו את זו.
In dispute were the Palestinian territories ruled by Israel, Gaza and the West Bank, and most disputed of all, the holy city of Jerusalem.
אמרתי לו, בוא, על ירושלים לא נסכים. הוא דיבר על שליטה פלסטינאית על כל הגדה המערבית. ואמרתי, שמע, על זה בטוח לא נסכים. ולכן אמרתי, בוא, נתרכז בנושא של עזה תחילה.
كل فلسطيني كان يتخوف من فكرة غزة أولا لأنه كان يعني عندنا انطباع أو عندنا يقين أنه الإسرائيليين يريدون أن يخلصوا من غزة ككثافة بشرية كمصنع للمشكلات كمصنع للانتفاضة.
Back in Tunis, after the first Oslo meeting, Abu Ala voiced his concern about the idea of Gaza first.
يعني أبو مازن بحكي إنه أي أرض فلسطينية بتصح لنا إحنا بنأخذها. نحن لا نقول عن استعادة أرض فلسطينية لا.
قال بدي غزة وأريحة. أنا سألته أبو عمار أريحة لشو؟ قال يا أبو مازن أريحة مشان الدخول للضفة. غزة ما فيش طريق للضفة بينما أريحة فيها دخول للضفة الغربية.
Jerusalem, the Israelis' capital, had always been claimed by the Palestinians as their capital. The PLO indicated that they now saw the argument for deferring their demand. But Israel's Prime Minister had not yet been told about the Oslo talks.
כי מי שחושב שהוא יבוא לערפאת או לשליח ערפאת וירצה למצוא חן בעינו, זה יועיל במשהו. את המשא ומתן עושים בין המשלחות.
The foreign ministry decided it was time to tell Rabin about the secret channel. Though skeptical, he did see one use for their efforts. The Palestinian delegation was still boycotting the Washington talks, and he was determined to force them back to the negotiating table.
אחרי המפגש השלישי שהיה במרץ, אנחנו אמרנו, אנחנו לא חוזרים לאוסלו, כל עוד שלא יחודש וושינגטון. זה היה תנאי אולטימטיבי.
To preserve the secret Oslo channel, Arafat now had to resuscitate its rival. He summoned Hanan Ashrawi and her colleagues to tell them they must go back to Washington. He had to give them any reason but the real one.
He said, we cannot afford to pay the price of walking out.
Don't live in your small worlds. You want to be the heroes. You are considering only yourselves. You don't consider the Palestinians, 6 million Palestinians. You don't consider the peace process. If you don't go, you break the peace process, you break your people. Come on, get down to earth. And he stood up and he left us. He walked on us. So we followed him to the other room. He was so furious.
אחר כך, שהשיחות בוושינגטון חודשו, אבו עלה בא אליי ואמר, אתם יצרתם מצב די מדהים. ערפאת ואני היינו צריכים לדבר מול המשלחת בוושינגטון. הם כולם היו נגד השיחות. לא יכולנו להסביר להם למה אנחנו צריכים לחדש את השיחות, אבל היינו צריכים לתת להם כל מיני הסברים, הסברים כולם מצוצצים מהאצבע.
We came back by clear-cut orders from Yasser Arafat. Go.
Soon afterwards, Israel's Oslo team brought home a draft which the two sides called a Declaration of Principles.
הם חזרו מאוד מאוד נרגשים ואמרו, יש לנו כבר טיוטה. ברור היה שזה לא ההסכם, אבל אמרו, תראה, אפשר להגיע איתם להבנות, הם מוכנים להגיע להבנות.
But with Washington back in business, The Prime Minister had no further use for the Oslo talks and ordered them suspended. The Foreign Ministry, desperate to prove the value of the talks, placed the Oslo draft before a lawyer they knew Rabin trusted.
I thought that the document was lousy and needed to be started from scratch.
אמרתי לו, תראה, ההישג הגדול ביותר באוסלו הוא שהם קיבלו את עקרון ההדרגתיות. עקרון ההדרגתיות הוא שמירת על אמצעי השליטה הישראלים בהמשך הדרך.
Yossi Beilin drove with his boss, the foreign minister, to see Rabin.
I was squeezed between the two of them, and as we were driving, Yossi Beilin whispered into my ear. He said, well, I don't want to put you under too much pressure, but you should know that the entire fate of the Oslo negotiations now is on your shoulders. And with this statement ringing in my ear, we entered Rabin's office.
At the beginning, the drafts were very, very bad to Israel.
He was suspicious that the PLO was using the Oslo track in order to somehow trick Israel into concessions and then using what was said in Oslo against Israel in Washington. Maybe the PLO was trying to tell us that they were prepared to be more flexible than the official positions expressed in Washington.
I had my doubts, but I said, go ahead, try.
Rabin asked the lawyer to join the talks in Norway, alongside a top government official appointed to show the PLO that Israel now meant business.
יואל יושב וממש מתחקר את אבו עלא, ושואל אותו לדעתי כ100 שאלות, בפרטי פרטים.
I asked them, there are the settlements. I mean, in the agreement, you wrote that you will have jurisdiction all over the West Bank. This is what is written here. Now, what about the settlements? Do you intend to go into the settlements to send your tax collectors into the settlement and collect taxes? They said, no, we wouldn't do that. I said, do you intend to use Palestinian teachers to teach the Israeli kids in the settlement schools under Palestinian curricula? They said, no. So I said, so you mean that the settlements will not be under your authority? They said, certainly not. I said, okay, not the settlements. Now, as to Jerusalem, will Israel continue to govern Jerusalem? They said, yes. I said, okay, it was not clear in the document.
יואל שואל אותו, אחרי שנצא מהערים, ויהיו בחירות, ונרצה להיערך מחדש במקומות ספציפיים, האם ברור לכם שזו החלטה שלנו? כי אנחנו רק יכולים להגדיר את אזורי הביטחון.
وكل هذه الأسئلة تدور حول الوضع الأمني. يعني حتى نقل الصلاحيات حينما تنقل خلفيتها الأمنية، الوضع الأمني، إمكانية السيطرة على الوضع الأمني، كلها أسئلة حول القضايا الأمني.
ואבו עלא אומר לו, כן, אני רק מקווה שלא תגדירו את כל הגדה המערבית כאזור ביטחוני.
And when they came out of that meeting, Abu Ala came up to me and said, they've turned the Declaration of Principles completely upside down. This is absolutely crazy. We cannot continue like this. But then also he smiled at the end of his outburst, and he said, but I learned a hell of a lot from those questions.
At the next session, the lawyer handed the Palestinians the Declaration of Principles with all their verbal concessions spelled out in cold print.
حكيت له بشكل مباشر انه انت شخص يعني
جيت هان في مهمة واضحة، يبدو أنك جاي تدمر عملية السلام، شخص لازلت تحمل كل روح العداء للشعب الفلسطيني، شخص تعيش في الماضي، شخص تمتلكك عقدة الخوف، شخص تعيش في جيتو. من الصعب جدا أن ترى يعني المستقبل، مش صعب أن تنظر إلى الأمام.
והעיניים שלו היו בוהקות, עם הרבה מאוד כעס.
And I said, listen, everything that I added, I took from your answers to my question. These are your words. Look at your notes.
Next, the Norwegian Foreign Minister Johan Holst, accompanied by Terje Larsen, flew to Tunis to visit Arafat. It was now his turn to raise the stakes.
He went into to a side room and got out a map of Gaza, West Bank, and Israel, and started pointing at different borderlines that we were discussing. And then, at a certain point in time, he said, "And I want kissing points." And I couldn't really. I thought, what does he mean? And I turned to Holst, and I saw that he was completely puzzled. So Holst said, then, you mean crossing points? Or checkpoints, maybe? No, said Arafat. I mean kissing points, like... And what he really meant was that it should be a kissing point between Gaza and the West Bank. There had to be an interconnection by way of communication.
كانت مفاجأة لأنه الموقف اللي طرحه الأخ أبو عمار وأيضا ياسر عبد ربه كان مفاجأة بالنسبة لي، لأنه في تشديد أكثر، صار في تشدد أكثر، في تصعيد في الموقف ما بتناسب مع التطور الجديد. يعني بالدرجة الأساسية حول قصة الممرات يعني وبعض التعابير السياسية اللي أدخلت فيما يتعلق ببعض القضايا اللي كنا في تفهم حولها سابقا.
The Palestinian-controlled road between Gaza and the West Bank that Arafat was asking for would cut Israel in two. And now he wanted not just Jericho, but the surrounding district as well. And he insisted Jerusalem be put back on the agenda.
أنه أبو عمار كان يتابع القصة شوي شوي وبذهنه كلما حصل على شيء ممكن يحصل على شيء آخر.
وقلت له بآخر اللقاء يعني خبرت الأخ أبو عمار أنا حأنقل تعليماتك، ولكن بقول إنه هذا الخط سيغلق القناة يعني، وبالتالي لن يكون هناك بعد ذلك مفاوضات إذا ما كان هذا هو الموقف اللي مطلوب، لأنه الإسرائيليين ما عندهم مش استعداد بعد ذلك يستمروا. لكنه أصر هو وقال إنه هي تعليماتنا، عجبهم مش عجبهم بلاش يعني هذا الموقف.
With the changing seasons in Norway, the Palestinian-Israeli relationship had grown warm. Now Abu Ala, the chief PLO negotiator, adopted a new hard line. The Israelis were stunned.
אמרתי, רבותיי, אתם שוברים את כל מה שנאמר פה, שוברים את מה שהובטח, שוברים על מה שניהלנו משא ומתן, אתם מכירים היטב את הבסיס שעליו היינו מוכנים לנהל משא ומתן, אנחנו את המסמך הזה יכולים להחזיר לירושלים, ואז להגיד לכם שלום, בזה נגמרו השיחות, ועמדתי לקפל את הדברים שלי. ולפתע, אבו עלה ביקש שנשאר סביב השולחן, כי הוא מבקש למסור הודעה אישית.
أنا يعني سأنهي مهمتي في هذه القناة، وأرجو أنه إخواني هم بيقرروا من سيتولى متابعتها إذا كانوا يريدون لهذه القناة أن تستمر، وأنا أتمنى لمن سيخلفني النجاح.
Goodbye my friends, I will always remember you.
אני חושב שכל אחד שאל את עצמו האם המנהל המשא ומתן המשופשף הזה, החריף הזה, המנוסה הזה, עושה כאן איזשהו תרגיל, או האם זה אמיתי.
Acting or not, Abu Ala stormed out into the surrounding woods.
He'd hurt his foot, so I got a stick for him with a silver handle. So he was walking around with an air of superiority towards the Israelis, refusing to talk to them. And then he came over to me and said, "It's all over."
וברור שצריך לעשות, זה הרגע של משבר שאתה חייב או לפוצץ או לעשות דבר דרסטי. והחלטנו לעשות ניסיון לדבר דרסטי.
The Israelis had prepared something for just such a moment, 2 months earlier, when the lawyer first advised Rabin and Peres.
I said, listen, the fact that we are talking with the PLO will eventually leak out. I think that we should have another agreement in which the PLO undertakes to do a number of things, and in return, Israel recognizes the PLO as the representative of the Palestinian people.
ההערה השנייה הגדולה הייתה, אי אפשר לנהל משא ומתן עם אש"ף בלי ללכת להכרה של אש"ף באופן רסמי. ממילא יש פה צד של הכרה באש"ף.
אך ללא ספק זה היה חשוב ביותר עבורם, וללא ספק הם רצו להעלות את אש"ף על המפה.
Now, in Oslo, the moment to raise recognition had come. The Israeli tracked Abu Ala down to a small drawing room where he had gone to ground.
ועל כורסה יושב אבו עלה, נשען ככה על מקל, מסתכל עליי, ואני שואל אותו מה שלומך, והוא אומר רע מאוד, רע מאוד.
أنا كنت في حالة غضب حقيقية وجدية، ما كانتش تمثيل، إنه إذا كان بتفاوضوا صار لنا 6 شهور 7 شهور نتفاوض، والآن تأتيني بأفكار جديدة لا داعي لكي نستمر.
ואמרתי לו, תשמע אבו עלה, אם אתה לא מסוגל לעשות את הדבר הקטן של הסכם ביניים, אולי בוא ננסה לעשות את הדבר הגדול. ואז פשוט לפתע הוא מסתכל, למה אתה מתכוון?
في هذا الاجتماع أيضا طرح أوري فكرة الاعتراف المتبادل ما بين منظمة التحرير الفلسطينية وبين الحكومة الإسرائيلية، وطرحت بشروط.
תשמע, אם אתה משכנע את אדון ערפאת לקבל את כל 7 הנקודות האלה כפי שהם, אני מבטיח לך שאני אעשה מאמץ לשכנע את ראש הממשלה ואת שר החוץ בישראל להכיר באש"ף.
And then these two gentlemen, Uri Savir and Abu Ala, came suddenly bursting out of the room, laughing and joking, and they had solved a basic problem.
It was the breakthrough they were looking for. It seemed the PLO would now become respectable.
Who knows? If they will elect me, I will be the president again of this Palestinian state. If not, I would like to return back to work as a civil engineer.
It was now up to Prime Minister Rabin to decide whether to accept the Oslo deal, but his chief military advisor argued instead for a deal with Syria.
הערכתי הייתה שיותר נכון ללכת קודם כל מאמץ להשיג שלום עם הסורים ואחר כך לדיון עם הפלסטינאים. משום שדיון עם הסורים ושלום עם הסורים הוא למעשה קץ עידן המלחמות במזרח התיכון.
If Syria could be persuaded to sign a peace treaty, its client Lebanon would follow, and the Palestinians and Jordan would have little choice but to fall in line.
הוא אינטרס עליון של שני הצדדים שלנו ושל הסורים, הוא ירגיע את לבנון, אבל הוא יצמצם גם בהרבה את כושר המיקוח של הפלסטינאים שלמעשה יישארו לבד.
הסכם עם סוריה, זהו שינוי אסטרטגי חיובי לישראל. הסכם עם פלסטינאים הוא שינוי פוליטי ויחסי ציבור.
Since the Six-Day War in 1967, Israel had occupied a strategic corner of Syria, the Golan Heights, overlooking northern Israel. Successive Israeli leaders had refused to withdraw from here.
We know that Syria would not make a deal with Israel, would not make peace with Israel for less than full withdrawal. And of course, for any Israeli prime minister, for Rabin in particular, to make the decision to go for full withdrawal was agonizing, was wrenching. But before making the decision, that prime minister had to know what was being given in return, what the Syrian package consisted of.
At this moment, a new American Secretary of State came to Jerusalem.
We were trying to give some propulsion, some momentum to the track involving the Syrians.
The Secretary of State went into conclave with Prime Minister Rabin.
The four of us came into the room and sat clustered around a small table. And after some give and take, Rabin suddenly surprised us all with a very dramatic gambit.
He did give me a very important message to take to Syria, to take to President Assad, and that was, he said, ask Assad, if I am able to give him what he needs, will he really go all out for peace?
In other words, if Rabin withdrew from the Golan Heights, would President Assad accept alternative ways to safeguard Israel's border? Would Syria give Israel time to relocate its settlers and encourage normal, peaceful relations?
Christopher left the room with the knowledge that I think he was holding a very significant mandate in his pocket.
When he arrived in Damascus, the Secretary of State presented Israel's offer of withdrawal to President Assad.
President Assad asked Secretary Christopher, does it mean that the Israelis have no claim on any part of the Golan?
His mistrust of the Israelis was such that he always took every concept and turned it over and looked at it from all different sides, and that's what he was doing with the concept of withdrawal. And he did it by asking me questions, not impolite questions, but very aggressive questions. Now, you have to tell me, Mr. Christopher, what the Prime Minister means by withdrawal. That's just an empty term. I really know what it means.
Does this mean the full withdrawal? Does it mean that all the territories which were under the control of Syria on the 4th of June 1967 would return back to us?
And I said, frankly, Mr. President, I don't know. I'll have to ask.
The Secretary of State shuttled back to Prime Minister Rabin.
I met with the Prime Minister again. He was disappointed that Assad had not been more forthcoming, had not shown more appreciation for Rabin's willingness to consider full withdrawal.
On almost every detail, there was an essentially negative answer or an answer that suggested that a very protracted process of bargaining would have to begin.
Rabin could not wait for President Assad. He had promised his voters a peace agreement within a year, so he now settled for the deal that was available, with the PLO in Oslo. But premature disclosure could ditch the deal, and the media were getting close to the story.
בכל זאת, יש כאן איזו הכשרת קרקע למפגש עתידי שלך אולי עם ראשי אש"ף, אולי אפילו עם ערפאת עצמו.
תשכח מזה בשלב, ודאי בשלב הנראה לעין.
בשלב זה, אבל אולי בשלב הבא.
אומר כך.
סליחה, זה יכול להתרחש בשלוש השנים שנותרו לכהונה שלך כראש ממשלה?
אני מקווה שלא.
Rabin had to act fast. He gave the go-ahead to Foreign Minister Shimon Peres.
Shimon Peres told me, Yoel, take all your documents, come with me, we're going to conclude the agreement.
Peres set off for Scandinavia. To clinch the deal, he needed an impenetrable smokescreen. He met Norwegian Foreign Minister Johan Holst secretly in Stockholm and asked him to be his mouthpiece in case anyone was listening in as they telephoned Arafat in Tunis.
I called Arafat and I got him immediately on the line, and I told him that in the code we used at the time, Abu Ammar, which is Arafat's nom de guerre, I have the two fathers here. That was the code for foreign ministers. My father and the other father. And he immediately understood what I meant. And I said, and they want to finish everything tonight.
وبدأنا نتحدث في القضايا المعلقة 12 أو 14 نقطة قضية قضية.
كان التليفون محطوط على السبيكر السماعة بالتالي جميعنا بنسمع
اللي بيحكيه هولس من جهتهم.
אני חושב שאני הייתי על הקו או 4 או 5 שעות כל הזמן כדי להתערב ולקבל החלטות.
At around midnight, Shimon Peres went to sleep, and he told me, if you need my approval, if you want to go beyond the general instructions that we have agreed on with Rabin back at home, wake me up.
At issue were withdrawal of Israel's military government and how and when they would deal with difficult matters like Jerusalem.
Twice, I had to wake Shimon Peres up.
The second and last time he woke Peres up was over the issue of who would control the bridges between the West Bank and the neighboring state of Jordan.
We wanted to be able to control people entering and exiting from the autonomous areas to see that they are not, concealing weapons and the like.
نحن كنا نشترط إنه أن تكون نقاط العبور تحت سيطرتنا.
אמרתי לו, תגיד לו שאנחנו לא ניסוג מהעמדות שלנו, אבל אני חייב להגיד לו שאם זה לא יצא לפועל למחרת היום, ספק אם זה אי פעם יצא לפועל.
وصلنا إلى أنه تكون الممرات الآمنة، أن ينسق الطرفان حول موضوع المناطق العبور مش الممرات الآمنة.
It was 5 o'clock in the morning. After 7 hours on the telephone, they had an agreement.
אני חושב שאת החשבון שילמה ממשלת שוודיה, ואנחנו חייבים לה את הכסף עד היום הזה.
The secret deal was finally revealed to the world.
Arriving a day that virtually everyone in this room could not have believed would have happened only 2 or 3 weeks ago, an extraordinary event for everyone concerned.
The Palestinians on the delegation to the US-sponsored talks in Washington still believed that they were the peace brokers.
I was shocked that the 3 crucial areas that to us formed really the cornerstones of our policy, of our negotiations, human rights, Jerusalem and the settlements, were entirely absent.
Although the Washington talks had been bypassed, the American president agreed to host a signing ceremony. Then, with everyone gathering in Washington and on their way to the White House, Chairman Arafat noticed something missing from the document: the name PLO.
بقول لي أبو عمار أنا لا أستطيع أن أوقع على هذه الوثيقة إطلاقا. أنا رئيس منظمة التحرير، أنا مش رئيس وفد فلسطيني بس. وفي اعتراف متبادل بيننا، وقعنا الاعتراف متبادل بين حكومة إسرائيل ومنظمة التحرير الفلسطينية. إذن ليش العناد الإسرائيلي؟ حلها.
אחמד טיבי צלצל לי ואמר שיש איזה עניין קטן שבלעדיו העניין לא יסתדר. ואם הוא לא יסתדר, הצ'רמן הורס את החפצים ונוסע הביתה.
I saw Arafat ordering the plane to be ready to leave Washington if they don't accept the PLO.
אני אמרתי לו, תשמע, כל הדוקומנטים חתומים ומודפסים. אנחנו בסך הכל שעה או שעה וחצי לפני החתימה.
Less than half an hour before the signing ceremony, Peres called Arafat's man to his hotel. He suggested a compromise, the phrase, the PLO team.
قلت له لحظة شوي، اتصلت في أبو عمار تليفونيا وشمعون بيرس بجنبي، قلت له أخ أبو عمار هاي شمعون بيرس معي وبقول إنه موافق يحط PLO تيم بدل بالستين دقيقة. بقول لي متأكد؟ قلت له قال لي في كل التكست؟ قلت له في كل التكست. قال لي طب بوستين يا أحمد، واحدة لي وواحدة ليك. قلت له شكرا.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Arafat, Chairman of the Executive Council of the Palestine Liberation Organization, His Excellency Yitzhak Rabin, Prime Minister of Israel, the President of the United States.
The moment I saw Arafat walking out from the White House with Rabin next to him and Clinton and so on, imagine this White House that said bye-bye to the PLO, that branded Arafat as a terrorist, Rabin, the chief of staff who occupied the West Bank and Jerusalem, and it was electrifying.
רבין כל כך לא רצה לראות את ערפאת וללחוץ את היד, זה הדבר נורא. וכל העולם יושב ומסתכל על שפת הגוף שלו. איך הוא כל הזמן מזיז את הראש ככה וככה, לא לראות את ערפאת.
And I did not think that they will shake hands.
He hesitated a little bit, but I insisted and I continued stretching my hand to him.
And then the way President Clinton pulled it, it was evident that wasn't planned.
וערפאת לא הפסיק כל הזמן לנענע את היד, ערפאת הוא מומחה גדול בעניינים האלה.
It was a moment that be recalled as long as we live, I think.
אחרי שגמר ללחוץ את היד, הוא פנה אליי, יצחק, ולחש לי באוזן, עכשיו תורך. הוא עבר את הגיהנום, עכשיו אני עובר את הגיהנום. זה היה העניין.
But not everything in the garden was lovely. In the occupied territories, a large number of Palestinians swore to fight Arafat's peace agreement. In Israel, the opposition was equally fierce.
We think that this endangers Israel, and what I would do as Prime Minister is to do anything responsible within the rule of law to stop and nullify the dangers that emanate from this agreement with the PLO to Israel's security.
But the way was clear for Arafat to enter Gaza. What he took charge of was not quite a state, but the Palestinians had a government of their own for the first time. Other Arab states could now deal with Israel. King Hussein of Jordan was at last able to sign a peace treaty he had always wanted.
What we have accomplished and what we are committed to is the end of the state of war between Jordan and Israel.
But between Syria and Israel, the state of war continued. In an effort to complete the Middle East peace, President Clinton came to Damascus.
President Clinton told President Assad that, well, Rabin presented to you full withdrawal to the line of 4 June, and we expect from you two now to move the next step.
Clinton pressed Assad to send his top military commander to meet his Israeli opposite number and work out the practicalities of ending their state of war.
It was a big decision for Syria to send our chief of staff for the first time in history to meet the Israeli chief of staff. It's a very heavy and big decision.
Assad held back. First, he wanted his ambassador to Washington to meet the Israeli chief of staff.
אנחנו טסים מחופשים כדי שלא יכירו אותנו עם פאות נוכריות. במטוסי אל על, אנחנו מגיעים לבלר-האוס, ורק בפנים הבלר-האוס אנחנו נושמים לרווחה ומסירים את הפאות שלושתנו. אני עוד מסתכל על מבט אחרון בעצמי בפאה, אני דומה מאוד בתווי פנים לאמי, וכל פעם שאני לובש פאה נוכרית עם שערות יותר ארוכות, אני מסתכל במראה, אני רואה את אמי.
The Israeli commander began the meeting by speaking of a military withdrawal, without specifying the precise frontier.
I insisted that withdrawal has to be to the line of 4 June 1967. I repeat this word more than 20 times during the talk with Barak.
הוא חזר כמו תוכי על הדקלום שלהם, קודם כל התחייבות לנסיגה מוקדמת מראש עד קווי 4 ביוני.
The Israeli general decided to lure the Syrian out of the conference room.
בהפסקות היינו הולכים לגן. בגן מסתובבים בלי רקורד.
And we spoke frankly whether they are committed to settlement with Syria or not, whether they understand what it requires.
ובגן, בבלר האוס, בפטיו, יש מין דלתות מקושטות, של קשתות. ודימיתי לו את השלום בינינו לבינם לאבן הראשה, הקיסטון בתוך הקשת.
At the end, you feel that he wants to make it. He wants to find a solution. He wants to give his blessing.
This encouraging start led President Assad to send his chief of staff to join the talks. They discussed military safeguards. For example, the future of Israel's early warning station in the Golan. Talks progressed in fits and starts. On the night Syria and Israel agreed to start a new round of talks, the Israeli peacemakers held a rally in Tel Aviv to win over doubting voters.
שרנו שלושתנו, הזמרת מירי אלוני, יצחק ואני. ויצחק ואני הם לא זמרים כל כך גדולים, נתנו לנו דף נייר עם שיר השלום, כתוב על דף הנייר. ואחרי ששרנו וזייפנו קצת, יצחק קיפל את הדף הזה והכניס בתוך הכיס של השקט שלו.
As they left, an Israeli opponent of peace deals shot Yitzhak Rabin.
3 כדורים פילחו לא רק את הלב, אלא גם את השיר הזה.
ממשלת ישראל מודיעה בתדהמה, בצער רב וביגון עמוק, על מותו של ראש הממשלה ושר הביטחון יצחק רבין, אשר נרצח בידי מתנקש הערב בתל אביב. למה כל מנו שלא מוצא את זה?
I am very sad and very shocked for this awful and terrible crime against one of the brave leaders of Israel and the peacemakers.
ואז הלכנו לחדר שבו הוא היה מונח על מיטה, ושכל גופו מכוסה עם סדינת כאן. על הפנים הייתה מין הבעה כזו של שלווה וקצת אירוניה, איזה מין חיוך מיוחד לו. נשקתי לו על המצח ונפרדתי.
Peres now became Prime Minister. President Clinton was determined to see that Rabin's commitment to seeking peace with Syria lived on. The Americans still held Rabin's mandate, his promise of withdrawal from the Golan.
Rabin had held the Syrian track rather closely to himself. So when he was assassinated, all of a sudden it became very important to pass on to now Prime Minister Peres what had been happening.
נשיא קלינטון שאל אותי שאם ההבטחות שיצחק נתן מחייבות גם אותי. ותשובתי הייתה, כל מה שהוא אמר מחייב אותי בכלל ללא שום ספק.
Peres asked the Americans to arrange a summit with President Assad so that he could repeat his Oslo triumph and bring the negotiations with Syria to a quick conclusion.
אמרתי שישאל את אסד מה הוא רוצה, לטוס גבוה ומהר או נמוך ולאט.
We are ready to fly high and fast in one condition, to know when we land and where we land.
President Assad, in my judgment, missed a historic opportunity because he wasn't prepared to take a greater risk for peace.
Shortly afterwards, a chain of events began which changed everything. Peres set a date for the next general election. Then, 4 days later...
It was a ferocious blast. The suicide bomber detonated 10 kilos of explosives in the middle of a crowded commuter bus.
That bomb killed 24 people. A week later, another bomb on a commuter bus killed 19. A month before, Israeli forces had assassinated the member of Hamas who they blamed for an earlier wave of bombings. This, said Hamas, was their revenge.
בפעולות הטרור הארבע האלה שאני מניתי, הפסדנו 20% תמיכה. זה היה ממש דבר קטסטרופלי. והערכתי שעוד אחד, עוד שתיים, זהו זה.
And there was another bomb. In Tel Aviv's busiest shopping street, 14 died and over 100 were injured. Shimon Peres was still the favorite to win the election. It was a knife-edge count. The victor was Benjamin Netanyahu. The world waited to see how he would handle the undertakings in the Oslo Accord to hand over territory in the West Bank to the Palestinians.
The major decision took place before the elections, when I said that I would honor the Oslo Accords, even though I thought they contained many flaws.
Netanyahu allowed the Palestinians the minimum specified in the letter of the Oslo Accords. To Syria, he recognized even less obligation. In the Syrian negotiations, though much had been agreed, nothing had been signed. The American Secretary of State tried to salvage the talks.
President Assad proposed to him a very simple formula for the resumption of the peace talks between Syria and Israel, that to resume these talks from the point where they left off and to endorse the commitments which were given by the previous Israeli governments of Peres and Rabin.
I said before I entered the government that I would honor all formal commitments, and I stick to it. Statements that are made in the course of negotiations that are not written down and are not part of a formal commitment are not formal commitments.
And that's why the peace process is in a deadlock. It did not move for the last a year and a half.
50 years after its foundation, Israel is still split. Half of its people supporting the peacemakers, and half fearing that concessions to the Arabs endanger its survival. The Palestinians still do not have the full sovereign state to which they aspire.